Cool Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Ming of Revolution. World War III alert. We got a World War III alert. I got some late breaking news that the revolutionaries can use. Trump humiliated along with his imperialist buddies. The revolutionaries then seized the streets. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe. Support the platform, y'all. I'm going to get right to it because I know y'all been waiting on some real news. But let me start off with Trump humiliated. Marco Rubio humiliated live on the news. The revolutionaries control Venezuela like I told you. It's easy to snatch and grab. They do not control Venezuela, and they never will.
The armed people came out in defense of the government of President Nicolas Maduro, kidnapped in the early morning by the current government of the United States.
Remember I told y'all last night, regardless if the military in Venezuela decided to do anything, the U.S. was going to have to deal with millions of armed Venezuelans who, remember I said this yesterday, see, you can bribe bougie, arrogant people, but you can't bribe the real revolutionaries who don't want no goddamn money. They want their country. I told you last night, they was going to show y'all pictures of people celebrating in Miami, celebrating in Paris, celebrating in Britain, Venezuelans. You won't see any of that in Venezuela. What you will see is people pissed off, all in the streets. They got guns. The military has came out and have to back the people, or they was going to be hung by their neck high.
Todos los de nuestros hijos. Hoy en día le decimos a esas instituciones internacionales que se pronuncian porque ese gobierno.
Yeah, something tells me these people are not just going to bow down to the U.S. President Trump came out and warned the citizens of Venezuela after they kidnapped their president and said that he urges Maduro supporters to bow or face consequences, bow to the U.S. He said, well, if they stay loyal, the future is really bad for them. If they convert, there's a conversion factor. I would say most of them have converted. He's had very little loyalty. In fact, I noticed today some people are marching in the streets waving flags, and they're very supportive. They have American flags being waved on the streets. So let's take a look at Venezuela right now. Okay, here's Caracas. Lots of impassioned videos and speeches happening outside Miraflores Palace in Caracas right now. So there's Caracas for you. You got more videos in Caracas, peaceful protesters gathering in the streets to support President Maduro. Here you got Roy Lopez Rivas, former deputy minister, posted this from Petare. The armed people came out in defense of the government of President Nicolas Maduro, kidnapped in the early morning by the current government of the United States. So you've got armed people on motorcycles in Petare. This was last night. Patriotic Venezuelans demand USA return Maduro after illegal kidnapping. This is also in Petare. You got women in Caracas come out all for mobilizations to demand the return of President Maduro. They're being interviewed by TV, whose signal hasn't cut out once. So that's very interesting. You got people in downtown Caracas making also impassioned statements against the U.S. Thank you for Fort View Developments. Thank you for joining as a member.
Todos los de nuestros hijos. Hoy en día le decimos a esas instituciones internacionales que se pronuncian porque ese gobierno.
I said it last night. Any village, and I swear this is my campaign. Any Venezuelan I see celebrating and cheering in Miami or wherever they are, Houston, wherever they are, get your goddamn ass out this fucking country and go home. Maduro is in New York. He's under arrest. You need to go home. It's time to make your country a better place. We will not have them cheering in the streets of the United States. And go home. No more roaching off us. No more leeching Venezuelans who here in America cheering. Get your ass out of there. But remember this. They don't want to go there because they got to face these people. These people in the streets waiting on these traitors, these treasonous Venezuelans over here.
Yeah, something tells me these people are not just going to bow down to the U.S.
en el Caribe, que hemos visto que han bombardeado lanchas en el Caribe y que habían amenazado a este pueblo de hacer una acción bélica contra nuestra república.
Oh, the people are mobilizing in mass.
No. Remember, Trump said on TV they control Venezuela, that they run in Venezuela. Him and his buddies are in control of Venezuela. They told that to the world, and this is what they woke up to. You don't control Venezuela. People in the streets saying they want to meet you. They can't wait to see you. They're asking, where are the gringos? We heard the U.S. troops was here. You did a sneak attack. That okay, lightning fast, quick. But the guerrilla war is here. And once I show you the video of Marco Rubio later on being humiliated on TV, you're going to be like, man, why is the U.S. facing this type of embarrassment? They talking about sanctions on Venezuela. Sanctions? Man, I thought y'all were talking about war, man. Y'all done kidnapped them people president. Them people pissed. Y'all talking about sanctions? I thought y'all said y'all control the country. Those were lies. I told you that. This is Venezuela.
You know, they bombed the complex of Hugo Chavez. It's still standing, but they bombed like right around it. I don't know if they hit.
They're gonna
so this is also they bombed the mausoleum of Hugo Chavez.
Long live the great Hugo Chavez, the revolutionary.
Kind of like everyone is pouring out of the streets, probably in shock of what happened, right? It's insane. It's really insane. But what's more insane is President Trump thinking that these people are just going to like bow down and accept some U.S. dictatorship. I mean,
now he threatened the people.
What are we doing here? What are we doing here? We think we're just going to install some leader and everything's going to be, you know, sunshine and rainbows. These people are armed to the teeth. Okay. If they do that, it's going to be civil war.
Maduro,
and the U.S. is going
to. See, and another thing, he was so light, but they killed about 50 or 60 of his security detail. So it's the Venezuelan military, like it was them the ones kidnapped Chavez. You still got some Venezuelan boule amongst them. You feel some Venezuelan house niggas. And Maduro knew that. That's why he had Cuban security guards. The Cuban revolutionaries, they Russian trained. He had a bunch of Cubans trained by Fidel and them. They all got murdered. About 40 of his bodyguards was murdered. You see, and Cuba pissed about that. But it's a lot of traitors in that Venezuelan military. That's why Maduro passed the guns out to the streets, to the Chavistas, the streets. Because these people who in the streets, those the same people who made the military return Chavez. I told y'all that yesterday. These the same people.
Going to arm and fund their proxies. Colombian ELN will come in. The U.S. will fund some Maria Corina Machado, Mossad, Zioslav, Hasbara agents in the country. I mean, it is going to be horrific. And there will be millions of migrants. There will be collapse in the country. There will be no Venezuelan oil output. It's actually just quite simple. Next, they're going to target Colombia, Iran, Daniel Ortega in Nicaragua, maybe, although, you know, they stand quite firm. And also Iran. Iran is next as well. If you don't understand how these things are all connected, Iran obviously is connected, okay? Now you're going to have hypothetically the freeing up of military assets from the Caribbean, which can be sent to the Mediterranean, okay? They're going to be sent over there. You had Netanyahu with Trump on New Year's Eve proclaiming that he too supported war against Venezuela and regime change in Venezuela. And I guess he thought that they should do it right then so we could get that war in Iran started once more, right? I don't think they're going to put Maria Corina Machado in power. I think that they are going to try and buy off already pre-existing Chavismo leaders, Chavista leaders. I think they're going to try to buy off some of these people. Clearly, they have bought off some of these people, right? There's no other way of really explaining how these U.S. helicopters were able to.
Marco Rubio already said they got to deal with the people that's in power. The Venezuelan revolutionaries, they got to try to, and if they don't, they're going to sanction them. Sanction them? I thought we were going to. I thought this was war. See, this is a deception. But they done opened up Pandora's box. You kidnapped them people leader, and they pissed off about that.
to operate at such low altitude without getting taken out by air defenses. In fact, only one of Venezuela's Buk air defenses, these Soviet air defenses they have, was like completely destroyed from the videos I saw. Only one. So it begs the question, was there a stand down order by corrupt officials who were bought off? What were communications intercepted and interrupted? What went on here? Because clearly there was a breakdown in the chain of command, and clearly there was people who were bought off, right? But it's just about how many, where they were, what positions they were in. How long was this being negotiated for? How long was this being planned for? And that's effectively how we get to the point where you have these, U.S. personnel that are at super low altitude able to come in to the house of President Maduro, take him and his wife, get out, not have a single casualty. Well, they had like a few injuries or something, but no one was unalived, and fly right out. People were bought off. It's like Syria. It's exactly like Syria, and this was a long time in the making. So it's very possible that they don't need Maria Corina Machado, right? They could install someone. They could even install someone tomorrow and say, this guy's going to be the president now. You guys, you Venezuelans, know and love him. Let me tell you, whoever the U.S. agrees to lead Venezuela next, if they agree on someone, if they say, yeah, we can do business with that person, that is a person who is responsible for the kidnapping of Maduro. If the U.S. says, no, we don't like that person, we have deep concerns about how they illegally seize power in an authoritarian manner when we're supposed to have elections. Okay, that person is probably not part of the kidnapping organization and plan, right? The orchestration of Maduro's kidnapping. But if the U.S. says, that leader is okay, that's how you know who is involved. Yeah, how about we just focus on America and we stop kidnapping people, assassinating people, because it never works out well. Never, ever works out well. Give me one example where it's worked out well. I heard someone on Al Jazeera today. They're like, well, it's worked out well, kind of, in Syria. Really? In Syria, where you have Al-Qaeda leading the country and Druze and Alawites are getting massacred left and right, that's working out well? No, it's never worked out well. Not going to work out well in Venezuela. Just wait. Because a lot of people called me crazy back in 2024 when I said there was going to be war on Venezuela and Maduro would probably be toppled in 2025. Maybe people will call me crazy this time and say, no, Jackson, they were 2 hours in and out in Venezuela and everything is fine. And now Venezuela is going to be a U.S. puppet state and everyone's going to be happy in Venezuela as their raw resources, their minerals, their gold, everything is going to be seized and stolen by U.S. mega corporations, right? And there's totally not going to be civil strife. There's totally not going to be a power vacuum that's going to result in war or anything like that. Everything is going to be okay. I mean, you have to be so stupid. Call me crazy if you want, but, screen record this and come back in a few months, come back in a year, and let's see where things are, because I don't think it's going to be good. Before you leave, I want to say thank you for the support, because after 2 years of being banned,
you should this listening at this moment to statements of the governor of the state of Miranda. At this moment, let's listen. The security body, how is this Miranda state at this moment? Yeah, surely. This criminal aggression of the United States against our homeland, our Venezuelan.
I'll tell you, it's going to have to be a civil war. For any puppets you see on TV cheering, yay, we're free, Maduro is gone, they're going to have guns and fight these people. Forget the lies Trump and them tell him. They lied to the American people. That was smoke and mirror. And Maduro was even arrested by some of his own people and then handed over because he was betrayed, But now this the day after, and they don't control Venezuela. The revolutionaries control Venezuela. Only the revolutionaries is in the streets. All the other people who are cheering, well, they're in Miami or they're in Europe or something, saying, we're free, we're free. Well, if you're free, go to Venezuela.
Homeland and the state of Miranda of these 1950 kilometers of this.
None of this is on our news in America. Why are they not showing this? They won't show none of y'all none of this. They keep saying no Venezuelans support Maduro. Well, who the hell is all these people? I'm finna show over and over and over. Who the hell is all these people that's in Venezuela? I want to see the people they're saying is cheering Maduro's gone, and I bet you they always gonna be in Miami or in some European capital.
That this state has are in constant vigilance and in the face of any circumstances that comes, always present to mobilize the people in each space of this territory. 21 municipalities, 55 parishes, 4,314 communities that are also present in every space to preserve peace, to preserve tranquility of our people. In this instance, this people is fusion in the military and police and popular powers, and we are on foot. We are in this Patari parish as well. The biggest parish of our country is present here to defend peace of the Venezuelan people. And once from this place, we demand that there are proofs that
the biggest parish in the country of Venezuela. See, this is when civil war start. America know this. You want to seize the largest states. You want to seize the capital. You want to seize the main territory. Well, the biggest parish in Venezuela, that's the governor. You just hear what he said. They're for the revolutionaries, the Bolivarian revolution. See, this is where Trump messed up. They keep lying to the American people, talking Maduro. That is a revolutionary. Not just it's in their genes. It's their ideology. There ain't no get rid of Maduro. Then what? Then you have millions of people lined up to continue their revolution. They've been lying to the American people, but now the truth is gonna have to come out.
That are President Nicolás Maduro and the first combatants in Lefebvre are alive at this moment. Always, we need and demand the immunity of the people of Venezuela and call as well for the tranquility of our people. And we are deployed to strengthen our unity, our peace in the Miranda state. So all of this gathering of the people, all of these military forces and police forces integrated to preserve the tranquility of our people. Governor has been denounced, not just by the vice president of the country, Delcy Rodriguez, but also sectorial vice president, and also Minister Diosdado Cabello and Minister Vladimir Patrino of these aggressions on behalf of the U.S. We were listening as well to the government, and also the international bodies are denouncing this attack that was denounced in a reiterated way by President Nicolás Maduro for the past months, and you as well, and the people of Venezuela are demanding the end of this aggression. For sure, we have lamented these circumstances. President Nicolás Maduro Moros also, from this instance, we demand the people and the government of the United States proves that our president is alive, and also to all international bodies to condemn this aggression that has been perpetrated against the people of Venezuela. And we say to all, the whole world, the whole planet, and the people of Venezuela that here in this fusion, we are going to prevail, and we are going to triumph, and united we will prevail. Governor, also a particular situation regarding.
This is what I wanted to see, bro. This is what I wanted to see, because I knew it was revolution in the problem. Like, what's going on? Smoke and mirrors, snatch and grab, deception by war. So, U.S. is a big dog. They know how to do that, but they not going to win no guerrilla war in no Venezuela. You can't kidnap one man and say, I control Venezuela. You have kidnapped Maduro. You don't control no Venezuela. You're going to go fight to seize an oil field. You're going to be fighting for that motherfucker, because they say that belong to them. And all they see, the U.S. really messed up, bro, because they got cold feet. They snatch and grab. Oh, you should have snatched Maduro and seized territory. Why you didn't leave your troops in Venezuela? Why did you get the hell up out of there? Because you knew the gates of hell was going to open up on you. Wanted to look up tough on TV because what Putin was doing in Ukraine. Now look what he done got himself into. You snatched their leader and told the world that you had controlled Venezuela. Now the Venezuelans, they came out. But like I say, wait till I show y'all the video of Narco Rubio being humiliated. I'm going to play it. No, I ain't going to play it next. I got to show y'all some more what's going on in Venezuela. Of being humiliated by the reporter. And the reporter said, who in Venezuela? Because everybody knows it's not the U.S. And Marco Rubio, he's fumbling, he's stumbling. We're going to sanction any oil going in and out. Sanction the oil? Boy, you told the world you control Venezuela. So now you're going to start harassing boats going in and out again? What a fucking joke.
Also,
you will never control Venezuela.
When Commander Chavez also suffered a coup, the people went to the streets as well to defend Commander Chavez. And what are you doing now?
See, you heard him? I said that yesterday. He said when Commander Hugo Chavez, long live Hugo Chavez, the same thing happened to Hugo Chavez. He was kidnapped by the traitors in his military because George Bush told him to do it. When the people found out, the next day they hit the street. They hit the streets for days, demanded their president back, demanded him back. They had to return Hugo Chavez to power. Then he really started going off. Trump and them got smart, and they knew they couldn't let the military just seize, the traitors seize Maduro, or this was going to happen. This was going to happen. So they had to get Maduro out the country. But guess what? This was going to happen. The people have rose up. They're not going to lay down. And everybody, there's millions of them, they got weapons. Now, the U.S. some bad boys now. We can go rock and roll and slaughter people like the Germans, but you the fucking Nazis in the world going to treat you like the Nazis. You still will not control Venezuela.
The Miranda state, we are demanding the return of our President Nicolás Maduro and the First Combatant Celia Flores. We are deployed throughout the country and throughout the Miranda state to demand the return of our president. And from this place, we are going to keep on the streets, taken to the streets to demand the return of our president,
Maduro gonna beat the drug charges.
This is the demand.
Maduro gonna beat them drugs. That man, I don't know what the hell somebody must have got a heart. They should have shot him. I'm glad they didn't. They should have said he resisted arrest, because I know that man gonna be able to defend himself in court. They do not have no evidence he ever trafficked any motherfucking drugs. That's gonna get exposed. They can try all they want. But you got international criminal courts going to want to see that evidence. The U.S. is not just going to be able to say, well, we're giving them 50 years. You have to present the evidence. You got the president of Venezuela. You have to show the world he was pushing narcotics. The world know he wasn't. And that man is intelligent enough to speak for himself. That's why they killed Gaddafi. They knew they couldn't let Gaddafi be on no fucking trial. He could expose that. Like he said, I'm fighting Al-Qaeda. That's why they killed. You see how they did? So go watch the video of Saddam at trial, and you'll know why you never let a real one get on trial, because he will expose your goddamn ass. Saddam was exposing their ass in court. Maduro gonna be able to expose the U.S. and really who the traffickers is.
Made by the governor of the state of Miranda, and also the mayors of the Sucre municipality as well, the president, and also the different bodies, security bodies of the territory, also the Bolivarian forces, and the popular power is activated in the over 4,000 communities that the Sucre municipality and the Miranda state have, as well as the rest of the country, are demanding the proofs that President Nicolás Maduro is alive, and also the first combatant Celia Flores, and we are going to keep mobilized on the streets. This is the information that comes at this hour from Miranda State.
While a massive demonstration is taking place this Sunday in support of President Nicolás Maduro following the recent aggressions by the U.S. government against the country. People responded to the call issued by the United Socialist Party of Venezuela.
Look, I'm steady watching the news to see if they gonna tell the truth and show Venezuela no. They have some Venezuelan refugee here. You see, and this was so cold, man. They'll show you people in Miami ever thought these are Venezuelans. Damn, y'all told me that was Tren de Agua. You just was telling me those was fucking gang members. Now they're people who want freedom. Oh, man, boy, the world is a stage, bro. But this is the real Venezuelans. No, Trump, you don't run Venezuela.
And gathered in the center of the capital, Caracas, where the main seats of government are located. The mobilization is being held to protest against the arrest of President Nicolas Maduro, the kidnapping of President Nicolas Maduro, and the first combatant of Venezuela, Celia Flores, who were captured by the
You have to kill all these women. You have to kill all these kids. You have to kill these grandmas. I mean, they're part of the revolution. You have to kill these people, bro. I mean, there's some U.S. military, they don't mind doing that, but you have to do it. And you have to do it on TV. You have to be Israel. You have to do them like Israel did the Palestinians if you want to take their land and steal that shit, bro. You can't just go on TV after you snatch their leader and say we run Venezuela, because the next day you get exposed as a liar.
That country, the Venezuelan people took to the streets to demand the immediate release of the Venezuelan leaders and to express their strong rejection to Washington's criminal intervention in the country. Let's now go live back to the CELAC Extraordinary Summit that is
we go right away to Venezuela. There is a massive demonstration taking place this Sunday in support of President Nicolás Maduro Moros. Let's listen.
You wouldn't know that.
Mañana que veíamos y que muchos que vivimos cerca del Fuerte Tiuna tampoco sabiendo qué estaba pasando.
We feel that
Que sentimos que
in the face of this aggression, they believe that they are.
Nah, this is all over Venezuela. I'm showing you different scenes from different cities, from different places. The revolutionaries are in the streets. You mean to tell me CBS, NBC, ABC, CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, they can't get none of this footage? They talking about people celebrating Maduro. Yeah, in Miami. Venezuela celebrating freedom. In Miami, they're celebrating their leader getting kidnapped. In Venezuela, they're pissed off. That's their leader. He's not no narco trafficker. They say, Trump, you're a liar. You can't run Venezuela from the White House. Your troops can't run Venezuela from the sea. That was a nice smoke and mirror snatch and grab trick. But they say they want to see you do it again.
Capable of killing our children, of women and men, of civilians. What we left this
hour after hour, converting a lot of strength, but comrades, this strength must be accumulated more and more.
It's just a birth of a new hero. That's all it's gonna be. It's the birth of a new. The next man be way tougher than Maduro. Because what happened to Maduro? But you see, the people out there, they waiting for the orders, bro. Because they won't not be colonized and ruled over like slaves. When I think about this, I think about the days where our elders, where they would snatch our leaders to break our tribes, bro. Everybody know that. They go into our villages, snatch the leaders to break the tribe. Sometimes they would kidnap the leader, and the people would have to do what they say, or they would. If the people really love the leader, then you have to do what they say, or they threaten your leader. That's how they should do our people: kidnap our leaders' children and take them back to England, take them back to Spain, to Portugal. Now the king got to do what the fuck they say. They got his kids, his offspring. So when I was thinking about that shit, Maduro, that's all I thought about. Like 2026. And this empire still doing this shit. And it's a bunch of house niggas loving this, rooting this on. Because we know your ancestors was rooting it on back in the day against us. So I'm not surprised some of you coons cheering this on. Because I know what your DNA is like. It's inside of you to cheer on the imperialists.
May a minute.
Who you are.
We have to keep on mobilizing, demanding the unconditional freedom of our president, Nicolas Maduro Moros, the prompt liberation of Celia Flores. Nicolas Maduro Moros, the constitutional president of Venezuelans.
They really love him now.
And we want as Venezuelans.
He's a legendary hero all around the world because everybody know. And even if they tried to bribe him, they offered them billions. We're gonna give you billions, offshore account. You can go anywhere. Go to Russia. Just run. Maduro say, hell no. Like Gaddafi, he would want to die in his homeland. That's real honorable. He didn't flee. They offered Gaddafi. Gaddafi said, hell no. Gaddafi said, I'm going to die in the land of my father's father. That's what Gaddafi said. And told him a tree he will be buried on. That's a fact. The African Union said that. They went to talk to him. South Africa, they went to talk to him. Mugabe, they tried to talk to him. Gaddafi said, hey, flee my country. They told him, take 10 billion. What? Are you nuts? That's what Maduro said. What? Are you nuts? So they love him. You see, now the people could aspire to be like him. He wasn't stuffing billions in his pockets while they was poor. That was a lie.
That Nicolas Maduro returned to us. That Celia Flora to be back with us. And President Nicolas Maduro sent us a signal, and you saw it. That was a strengthful signal, courageous signal. He was saying with this gesture, here I am. I am not defeated. I am with you. I know what is going on. I know what they are doing. And you, Venezuelan people, are doing the right thing.
Do our people kidnap our leaders, and then they would take our leaders, knowing they'll never see we will never see our families again, bro. Once the empire kidnap us, to break us, we the strongest. Maduro had his head. That's what they saying. That's why they inspired. He had his head up and was giving the thumbs up, and that's the sign. Stay strong. He didn't have his head down, crying. Some leaders be crying, begging for their fucking life. The U.S. capture you. Maduro, no, he liable never to see Venezuela ever again. He died in prison, but he had pride. That inspired his people, bro.
The people is raised with Nicolas Maduro. And to Nicolas Maduro, we are saying, Maduro, resist, because our people is going to rescue you. Resist, that the people is going to rescue you. Maduro. And these people, comrades, wise as always, because it is a people formed by Hugo Chavez and Nicolas Maduro. Inspiration not only for Venezuela that are here in the middle of the battle, it is the inspiration for the rest of the people of the world.
I guess all these people is his lieutenants. I guess all these people is his capos and his drug empire. See, lying to the dumb Americans is going to cost the U.S. everything. Lying to Americans so much, dumbing them down so they don't really know what's going on. Lying to the Americans is going to cost them so much. You know, so who in control of the coke? You see, they ain't brought up no coke yet. Well, Marco Rubio made time. I mean, if we free from drugs coming, I mean, they got the biggest dope dealer since Pablo. He bigger than Pablo, they said. That's what they said. Imagine that. Imagine growing up in the streets like I grew up in the streets, and you never in your fucking life heard of no Venezuelan flake. And you never knew that you can get it from Venezuela. Imagine just lying to people. These people just will say any damn thing. But it's going to cost them now. Because the world going to see these people love their leader. He's no fucking narco trafficker. And they will. You see, that man said they talking about rescuing that man. They talking about rescuing their leader. They want their leader back, bro. That's dangerous for us here. Trump told us that tens of millions of people came over that border illegally. That's what they said. Tens of millions. That's what they said on the record. Tens of millions. They said the Biden people did it. I don't know who the fuck let tens of millions come in, but I'm going to say this once again. There's a lot of people from Latin America disagree with what just happened right now. A lot of them. And they're not in Latin America. They're right here in America. And asymmetrical warfare is a motherfucker. See, some of these gas stations start going up around here. Y'all really see, we gotta watch out with these people playing with fire, bro. You don't know who the handyman is. Y'all got people, all these, they let all these people come and control a financial situation to where if you call somebody for some help, allow to be a Spanish speaking person come to your motherfucking house. I just had to get some carpet done a couple of months ago. Guess who was coming with the carpet and fit? Ding dong. Playing a dangerous fucking game with the American people's lives, because the only way these people win the war is asymmetrical warfare. That means they call it terrorism, but it's called asymmetrical warfare.
Of the people of the world. And above all things, comrades, to protect the sacred thing that we have, these people have, that is the Bolivarian project. That is what they do not understand. They think that doing what they are doing with President Nicolas Maduro, we are going to fall down. The Bolivarian project is going to fall down. But the answer is no. Because Nicolas Maduro and the project, Bolivarian project, do not depend in only one man. It is every one of us.
They will never be able to show you the Trump say he's seen people waving flags in Venezuela, U.S. flags. Where they at? Them people will be dead right now. Lying to American people. Some people just believe anything. They're waving American flags. And they all have some people sitting there talking about, they had a cheering people in Miami. Those are Venezuelan bootlicking Latin American shoe shiners who never want to go back to Latin America. They want to roach here forever. Talk about how hard working they is. Take your ass home, work hard, and build up your fucking country. What's going on here? Lying to the American people, man, say he run Venezuela. He felt like he felt like Caesar when he said that. All right. What happened when somebody defied Caesar? Well, Rome had to go crush him. Well, guess what? These people are defying Caesar. And Caesar, you have to send your troops. Trump said, we're not afraid to sit boots on the ground. They're saying, yes, you are. Your ass ran up out of there real quick after you bribed a few people, but they woke now. They not asleep. That's just a fact, bro.
The Bolivarian project from Hugo Chavez gave birth as a collective one. And if someone we learned from Nicolas Maduro was to understand the collective methods used. And that is, I want you to reflect about this. When Hugo Chavez passed away the March the 5th, the commander president Nicolas Maduro had a very hard battle. That is, go to election without wanting to. In that moment, the enemy tried to demoralize Nicolas Maduro and the Venezuelan people, telling Venezuelan people that he was not Chavez. But Nicolas Maduro answered to the enemy, to this failed opposition, and he said, you know what? You are right. I am not Chavez. You are right. But I'm telling something. But together, all of us are Chavez. And that's what I'm saying today. We all together are Hugo Chavez, and also we are Nicolas Maduro. Right. Long live Nicolas. Long live Venezuela. Long live Venezuela. Long live Chavez.
Come on, young
together, man. All of us, we are Chavez.
These were the statements of Rander Peña, secretary of the ALBA TCP at this moment.
Trump lied to the Americans. They won't never show that footage. Trump say he run Venezuela. What a big time goddamn lie. He don't run no Venezuela. Revolutionary salute, big bro. Now, I'm finna show y'all. There's finna be some traders on this screen right here. People trying to figure out But I'm finna show you the Venezuelan military, the defense minister. Hold on, dang it. Hold on.
It has violated our sovereignty
Now,
because
these people, somebody amongst these motherfuckers was in on it. That's just a fact. It's a shame we ain't seen no motherfucking body arrested within the Venezuelan military yet, and that's a fact. But I told you yesterday, their ass only gonna have to move because the people, millions of the people are armed, and it was the people who made the military return Hugo Chavez to power when they kidnapped Hugo Chavez on behalf of George Bush. Now the people are demanding the return of their goddamn president. So they looking at all these people. See, we're gonna find out who tried to flee the country soon. The defense minister right in the middle, they tried to kill him. So it wasn't him. The guy in the middle, they tried to kill him. He survived. He was in his bunker. But he knows it's some other motherfuckers in this group that absolutely got some extra hundreds of millions stashed off some goddamn well. But they scared to death. They have to come stand next to him, pretend like it wasn't them. But it won't be long for China and Russia send that intel to the defense minister on exactly who cooperated with the CIA amongst his military.
is a deployment with no precedence against the republic and in a premeditated way.
But they coming out and they saying what they have to say. They will fight. They said they will fight the U.S. They're ready to fight. It's gonna be a fight. No more snatch and grabs. That's what they're saying. No more snatch and grabs. We are gonna fight. They have to prove they didn't sell him out, especially the defense minister. He got to prove it. So he's saying it's going to be a battle for any oil fields. You try to put one puppet in the power, we're going to fight about that. We control the military. We got the guns. Now I'm going to show you. This is why this is very, very important. The next video, I'm going to show you Narco Rubio humiliated on the news. They asked him, who run Venezuela? They knew he was lying because they see who run Venezuela. Not Trump, not Rubio, and not nobody that they could ever put in power.
Was carried out this military aggression for the nefarious consequences that we know, and that the world today also sees shocked due to the barbarism and the rudeness and how grotesque and the anti-judicial of this criminal action against our sovereignty. Yesterday, they kidnapped the person that the people of Venezuela had elected as their president. It is the President Nicolas Maduro Moros, the constitutional president elected by the people for the period 2025-2031. Is the President Nicolas Maduro the authentic and genuine leader, constitutional leader of all Venezuelan men and women? An act that was carried out in free elections in the year 2024, sovereign elections, direct, secret, universal, with a system, with an electoral system that guarantees and has guaranteed those election processes in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela in the last 25 years. So we from here, from the National Bolivarian Armed Forces, demand the fast release of the constitutional president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. We demand his release. He is kidnapped. The President Nicolas Maduro and the First Lady of the Republic, the Dr. Celia Flores de Maduro, an act of a deep hatred that being against the legitimate president of Venezuela has also of extreme hatred against a women of values in question, a woman of principles that also was taken away in handcuffs, a brave women. And we from here demand the fast release of our commander-in-chief, the president of all Venezuelan men and women, and of the First Lady of the Republic, Dr. Celia Flores. And we demand to the world and we ask the world to see with attention all of this that is happening against Venezuela, against its sovereignty, against its constitution. And we think at the same time the quick answer of almost all the governments of the world and the peoples of the world, because yesterday we were able to see popular manifestations in all the parts of the world, and the legitimate government, with its exceptions, rejecting this rude intervention on the Venezuelan sovereignty. The world puts its hands in water because this represents severely a threat against the global order. If today it was against Venezuela, tomorrow it could be against any state, against any country. And that pretension that is colonialist, that wants to be implemented in the spirit of the Monroe Doctrine on Latin America and the Caribbean, we from here rejected. We voted permanently for peace, for dialogue, the political dialogue, the understanding, and the respect to human rights and to the respect to international law. Those are the genuine votes that we have, and the National Bolivarian Armed Forces has been an institution that has guaranteed the continuity, the democratic and constitutional continuity of the country. We made reflections in these past days on what would have happened here in Venezuela, in what state would we be today, of anarchy and chaos, if the institution of the country with its values, principles, and its republican morale would have allowed that here fascism were imposed, and the personal ambition and the access to the political power through the extra constitutional ways, and then another hit, and then the counter hit at that disaster. The National Bolivarian Armed Forces have guaranteed, in perfect unity with the people, have guaranteed, I repeat, the democratic continuity of Venezuela, and it will continue doing so
We want
because the order,
rest
peace is
military,
our port,
but
is our port, as
war is
Bolivar
coming.
said, and because the whole
A civil war is coming. Civil war is coming, and I think he called the forgot the other minister. It's another minister. You know, he like of the police state. You know, he could have been in on it too. Could have been him. Cause well, it wasn't him. They tried to kill him. Might have been the other guy. But it's gonna be a civil war in Venezuela because it's trillions on the line, and Trump not gonna take no. He can't be humiliated. So it's going to be a civil war. They're going to try to make one side of Venezuela fight the other one, while the U.S. is going to have to back to decide who's going to be fighting on their behalf. But it's going to be a big war because the first we see the failure. They snatched Maduro. That was a success because you bought some people off, but you don't control Venezuela. You don't even control the oil fields, and the military, ones who still loyal to the Bolivarian Revolution, they on TV. They have appointed the Supreme Court appointed the vice president, the new president of Venezuela. And I'm going to show you how embarrassing that was to Trump and Marco Rubio next.
homeland
They
for
told
us.
people she bowed down and told them she was willing to do whatever they say. Then she on TV saying they some imperialists, the hell with them, long live the revolution. Like, bro, why did y'all tell us she agreed with y'all? Because they'll say anything.
It represents all of us, as Bolivar said. And I want to quote him here. Bolivar said to Urdaneta in a letter in 1826, almost 200 years from that specific date, the August 5th, Bolivar wrote to Urdaneta, we have a flag that has been the witness of our glories and of our calamities. The homeland is the sacred word, and and the magic word of all these virtuous citizens. The homeland is the point of reunion of all of those who love the glory, the national glory, and the rights of the people. Simon Bolivar to Rafael Urdaneta, August 6th of 1826, and the homeland today is what must prevail. I call to the people of Venezuela to
They're trying to
peace,
bribe this man right now.
to order, to not fall in the temptations of psychological war, of threat, of fear that they want to impose on us. I call the people of Venezuela to redo and restart their activities, economic, of work, of all kinds of education in the next few days.
That's right. They need to
And the homeland must
keep the
walk
going.
on its constitutional path. Next Monday, we will be, tomorrow, January the 5th, we will sing and act again constitutional, which is the installation of the National Assembly for the next constitutional period.
Major
And
failure
from
for the
here,
US.
we already applaud
Major
that
failure.
act.
They're supposed to
National
kill the
Assembly as the
defense minister,
center, the
and they
democratic center
failed at
of
that.
the political debate for
You
excellence.
kill
So
Maduro. He
the
don't got no
homeland
guns.
continues its destiny of development, of prosperity
Kidnap
and
Maduro.
stability
Maduro
and
don't got no
order.
guns.
And
you killed those Cuban revolutionaries. Cuba pissed about that, bro. But it's a reason why Maduro didn't trust the rank and file within the Venezuelan military, and he had Cuban security detail around him. The Russians had him do that because the Russians knew it was some goddamn traitors amongst them, but the Cuban security wasn't good enough to keep the U.S. Special Forces up off Maduro's ass in that snatch and grab. Why they tried to kill this man, and a bunch of electronic warfare. It's like they hit Iran real quick. If Iran would have been on the border of the U.S., they would have snatched the supreme leader goddamn ass. The Middle East is too far to pull something like this. That's just a fact, bro. You know, but being close to the U.S., they can pull snatch and grab now. But what happened after you do that? This is what happened. If you haven't bought off the defense minister, he survived a terrorist attack in his bunker. He leads the military, and you hear what he's saying. He rejects what the imperialists are talking about. They have to go to war over the oil and the resources in Venezuela.
we soldiers, men and women of the homeland, will be here to guarantee it. I'm going to read a communique of the National Bolivarian Armed Forces for all the country and the whole world. The National Bolivarian Armed
The
Forces
interior minister.
reject.
That's the guy named the interior minister. I haven't seen him. I seen him in a meeting, but he ain't been on TV, and he got some power too. They saying he tied to Russia real close. I don't know, because it was one of the top guys sold Maduro out. It wasn't this guy because they tried to kill him. He survived. Could have been this other guy, but people trying to find out which one it was.
The coward kidnapping of
They
the
could
citizen
have bombing on him could have been fake. They said, "Hey, we're gonna make it look like." It's a bunch going on. I'm just trying to bring y'all everything I know so far. But I believe they tried to kill this guy. You know what I'm saying? And he survived. That's what I believe from now. I might be wrong.
Maduro Moros, constitutional president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, our commander-in-chief, and of his wife, the First Lady, Dr. Celia Flores de Maduro. A thing that was done yesterday, January the 3rd, after murdering in cold blood a great part of his security team, soldiers, men and women, and citizens that were innocent. Likewise, in attention to the decision
they're not talking about that. They're not talking about that. They murdered about 50 people. So it is some people died with Maduro, his security. They didn't just all lay down and see some people. They had to wipe them out first, you know. But he's not saying it. But the great word on the grapevine is that those were Cuban elite security detail, and they they was there to just do some ground operations. They the U.S. came in too heavy because they expected the Venezuelan military to give them time to where if some shit happened and put some guns go off, anti-aircraft, then they can get Maduro, get them to a safe location. By the time they looked up, the U.S. had the guns on their ass because somebody in this Venezuelan military sold them out. They're going to find out who, but it's going to be Russia and China who find out who. And we're going to see who was arrested and who executed. Because after Iran was sold out, it was a bunch of arrests and it was thousands of people executed. That got to happen in Venezuela after that happened to Maduro. Or that's an indictment on the whole fucking government and the entire military if nobody is arrested and executed. That's a fact.
The constitutional rule of the Supreme Justice Court on January the 3rd of 2026, to which it is designated the citizen Delcy Eloína Rodriguez Gomez as the Vice President of the Republic to take in condition of in charge all the attributions, duties, and faculties as President of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, and in strict fulfilling to the organic law on states of exemption and the organic law of security of the nation. We back fully the decree of the state of extreme commotion in all of the national territory, and that was signed before, and in this same sense, the Bolivarian government
That's why I say
will get.
I can't believe he sold out Maduro, because all he had to do was now he run the military was come out and say I support whoever the fuck the U.S. military, the Nobel Priest lady, Juan Guaido. I mean, if you sold the people out, you got the buildings. We done seen Pakistan do. They do it all the time. You sell your leader out, you keep the American billions. You the military, you run the country. You say what the U.S. say. He's not saying that. He's saying the revolution continue. His vice president, she's a revolutionary. She was cool with Chavez. She's the constitutional president now. We're going to back her. We're just the armed forces. We have to fight now. No more sneak attacks. That's what he's saying. So he don't sound like a traitor. He sounds like a man who know, hey, my time may come at any time, but these is the words to the revolutionaries. We have to fight. No one can come before you and agree with anything the gringo's saying, or they are traitors.
Guarantee the governability of the country, and our institution will continue using all of its capacities available for the military defense, the maintaining of the internal order, and the preservation of peace. That is why we activate in the totality of the geographical national space and in perfect fusion popular military and political, the put in full operational press in the order of integrating the national objects in the mission of facing the imperial aggression, forming one single block of combat to ensure the freedom, the independence, and the sovereignty of the nation.
Entire country is a battlefield now. That's what he just said. The entire country. See, Trump came on TV, beat his chest. I told y'all yesterday that was a mission. I go back and watch that video yesterday. I told y'all that was George Bush mission accomplished when we mission accomplished. We conquered Iraq, and then all hell broke loose. I said that yesterday. Trump beating his chest. That's his George Bush mission accomplished. Now all hell is breaking loose. You said you run Venezuela, the military, the vice president, the Supreme Court, all the revolutionary streets say you a goddamn lie. They want to fight now. You kidnapped their president. They want to fight about that. Trump said yesterday, the U.S. is not afraid to put boots on the ground. Why are you steady talking on TV, bro? You see, now the U.S. is being embarrassed because this jackass. Now Putin and Xi Jinping is laughing. You want to be Putin? Putin done lost hundreds of thousands of soldiers kicking Ukraine ass over there. He putting it on the line. Generals is dying. You want to be a big dog? Trump, send your troops to war, but he knows what's awaiting. They got cold feet, decide to snatch and grab. No, now Pandora's box. You're going to have to give Maduro back, or you have to go to war. Ain't no other options. That's just that, bro. You have their president.
The National Bolivarian Armed Forces is the Army United and Liberator of the 21st century. Chavez lives, and the homeland continues independent and socialist. Homeland, we will prevail. The son of Venezuela is born in Esequibo, independence or nothing, always loyal, never traitors.
Where we listen to live statements coming from General Vladimir Palladino Lopez, Defense Minister of
Y'all loyal, bitch. Y'all want to hear Trump talk about he control Venezuela. You get them troops in that goddamn street. Now this And what I'm finna show y'all right now just made my day. To see Narco Rubio, he's a fucking narco trafficker, humiliated on TV. This when you found out. This when the U.S. shit found out that these niggas don't run nothing over Venezuela, bro. And he's been exposed by lying to us like that.
Marco Rubio just served up a massive word salad when pressed by George Stephanopoulos on the legal authority Trump had in going in to Venezuela and capturing Nicolas Maduro.
Thanks. We're joined now by the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us this morning. President Trump was pretty clear yesterday. He said the United States is going to run Venezuela. Under what legal authority?
Well, first of all, what's going to happen here is that we have a quarantine on their oil. That means their economy will not be able to move forward until the conditions that are in the national interest.
Remember that word, quarantine. When I first heard him say that, I didn't know what the fuck this nigga was talking about, a quarantine. Then I say, oh, I get it. You don't control Venezuela. You got Venezuela surrounded like you had Venezuela around a couple of months. You better have them surrounded. They got Venezuela surrounded, and that's the best they did. That's the president. Cool. We don't want to, take that from him. You got the president. You're bossing people off. But you far, far, far from controlling Venezuela, bro. And he's going to be humiliated on this news station. So remember, it's a quarantine going on right now, y'all.
Interest of the United States and the interests of the Venezuelan people are met. And that's what we intend to do. So that leverage remains, that leverage is ongoing, and we expect that it's going to lead to results here. We're hopeful that it does, positive results for the people of Venezuela, but ultimately, most importantly for us, in the national interest of the United States. We will no longer have, hopefully, as we move forward here, we'll set the conditions so that we no longer have in our hemisphere of Venezuela, that's the crossroads for many of our adversaries around the world, including Iran and Hezbollah, is no longer sending us drug gangs, is no longer sending us drug boats, is no longer a narco trafficking paradigm.
Iran and Hezbollah. So when he said Iran and Hezbollah, that should tell you what? That should tell you everything you need to know. Iran, Hezbollah. Oh, man, I forgot Benjamin Netanyahu just came over here. Oh, man, the small has told y'all to do this.
For all those drugs coming out of Colombia to go in through the Caribbean and towards the United States. And obviously, we want a better future for the people of Venezuela. We want them to have an oil industry where the wealth goes to the people, not to a handful of corrupt individuals and stolen by, pirates all over the world. That's what we're...
This dude here got a bill. I would have busted out laughing if I would have had to say that with straight face. This nigga say he want the oil not to be stolen by a few people, and be like pirates. That's what they doing. He actually said that's what he said Maduro and his crew is pirates. It's only a handful people getting rich off that Venezuelan oil. So all him and Trump want to do is make sure all of the Venezuelans could have a piece of this. Who the hell would believe some BS like that, bro? Not the news reporter.
We're working towards, and we intend to use the leverage we have to help achieve that.
Let me ask the question again. What is the legal authority for the United States to be running Venezuela?
Well, I explained to you what our goals are and how we're going to use the leverage to make it happen. As far as what our legal authority is on the quarantine, I'm very simple. We have court orders. These are sanctioned boats, and we get orders from courts to go after and seize these sanctions. So I don't know, is a court not a legal authority?
So everybody's talking about this, and the world is laughing. This man going to jail, bro, for that military operation. You kill innocent people on those boats. The man asked him because he already know they don't have no. See, he know the answer before he asked the question. What legal authority do y'all have? He said, huh? If nigga, I'm gonna tell you what I tell her. If you can you can hear. You heard that, man. What legal authority are y'all doing kidnapping people and talking about you running Venezuela? Huh? The courts. We're gonna seize those boats. Now they're back to seizing boats. I thought you ran Venezuela. He gonna ask him too. Don't you run Venezuela? Are you the ruler of Venezuela, Marco Rubio?
So is the United States running Venezuela right now?
Well, I've explained once again, I'll do it one more time. What we are running is the direction that this is going to moving forward. And that is, we have leverage. This leverage we are using and we intend to use. We started using already.
Trump is not this is a seasoned veteran. Trump is not. Trump is going to TV saying that we're running Venezuela. We've took the all. That was all a lot. But he really we run it now. Trump don't we run it? Man, go in there, buy some people off. Trump is on TV talking about, man, they just need to do what we say do and everything will go smooth. He also threatened the new president, the lady, say she gonna get worse than Nicolas Maduro. Worse. He threatened to whack her. But this is so great right here because little Narco Rubio right here don't have no legal justifications. He can't cite him on TV. When he asks who run, he hate that Trump already said Narco, Trump say you run it. He won't say that shit on TV. You crazy? Get arrested for saying that run it. That's imperialistic. You want to make him the new good man? What is this? 1350 Spain type shit? Yeah, Narco Rubio wish.
And see where they are running out of storage capacity. In a few weeks, they're going to have to start pumping oil unless they make changes. And that leverage that we have with the armada of boats that are currently positioned allow us to seize any sanctioned boats coming into or out of Venezuela, loaded with oil or on its way in to pick up oil, and we can pick and choose which ones we go after. We have court orders for each one. That will continue to be in place.
Now, that's how they bribe the Venezuelan officials, and some people done pointed that out. Like 80 to 100 ships with oil left. And Maduro should have had his eyes on them ships. Who sent them ships out? Those are payments. And Narco just told y'all they get to say what ships they're going to let through, and which ones they don't. You see? He's trying to tell people, just work with us. We'll let you make hundreds of millions. We'll let some ships through. But this is what you should be paying attention to. They don't run Venezuela. Not one building, not one street. They're on the outside of Venezuela, hiding out as they've been doing. They don't run Venezuela. And they saying, well, we have some levels. We won't allow them to ship out no oil unless they agree with us. This fool and Trump been telling the world they run Venezuela. They the new kings. And they've been they all on the news talking about, okay, what they're going to do now that they run Venezuela. These people don't run no damn Venezuela.
Until the people who have control over the levers of power in that country make changes that are not just in the interest of the people of Venezuela, but are in the interest of the United States and the things that we care about. That's what we intend to do.
When the president was asked yesterday,
the legal authority is the court orders that we have.
When the president was asked yesterday who will be running Venezuela, he said it was you. He said it was the defense secretary. He said it was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Are you running Venezuela right now?
George, I've explained again that the leverage that we have here is the leverage of the quarantine. So that is a Department of War operation, conducting, in some cases, law enforcement functions with the
Venezuela. He pissed that Trump said that. That's not good. You're supposed to say, I'm just cracking down on them with sanctions. Trump like, nah, we run that shit. Now Marco Rubio got to come on TV and answer are you an imperialist? Are you trying to be Julius Caesar? What the hell you mean you run Venezuela?
With the Coast Guard on the seizure of these boats. I'm obviously very intricately involved in these policies. And by the way, very intricately involved in moving forward. And what we hope to see some of these changes being addressed. Unfortunately, the person that was there before, who was not the legitimate president of the country, was someone we could not work with. Was someone that we could not. He had already suckered the Biden administration a couple of years ago on a deal he didn't keep. And this is someone we simply couldn't work with. We are hopeful that there are people in place now. We're going to find out. The proof will be in what they do or fail to do, that will start making some of these changes that will ultimately lead to a Venezuela that looks substantially and dramatically different from what's been in place for 15 years.
These people trying to bribe these people, bro. They don't want to fight no fucking guerrilla war with Venezuela, which they're going to have to, because you kidnapped their president, bro. Y'all open up Pandora's box. They're going to talk shit. These people got this town surrounded talking shit. You're going to have to go in there, bro. Go in there and go to them oil fields. Put y'all people in place what you can't, because they already know. You want to be Putin, your soldiers got to be willing to die. I told y'all this. The U.S. got troops. See them troops who went to go snatch Maduro? They knew the game was rigged. They knew they was going to be home in time for dinner. They thinking about Christmas. You can't fight the guerrilla war thing about Christmas, man. No, you got to kiss the baby bye. You might die. This real war. They know America is not willing to see 100,000 dead bodies over Venezuela. But that's what's going to happen if you want to seize the country. They are people who done sat in the room and realized that. Now they're on TV telling you they're trying to negotiate with the people in power. Because the real rulers is those people with them guns and the government of Venezuela, not these clowns on TV lying to the American people.
But our number one objective is America. We care about Venezuela. We want it to do well moving forward. But our number one objective here is America. No more drugs, no more trained at agua gangs coming our direction, and no more an area of the country in our hemisphere that becomes
that TV, that one-eyed devil is a bad thing. Tren de la Agua. They even had got me with that. I was like, that damn Tren de la, I never heard that shit until they brought it up for this very moment, bro. They created it so they can do this shit. So the Trump government should be sued because let me tell you something. It's real Americans lost their fucking life to some of them goddamn criminals that was over here. Maduro didn't send them. The CIA sent them. That's a fact. The government sent them here. What Maduro was your government. They killed babies. They raped people. They took over apartment complexes. That was real. Because the CIA was giving them guns, drugs. I told y'all, how the hell did everywhere they pop up, they had they was the plug in Chicago. How the hell they get straight to Chicago as refugees and people got to buy drugs and guns and shit from them? That was crazy. But that was a fact. You know? But they psychologically pulled that. Now he talking about Tren de la Agua. Ain't no damn, that's something you made up, bro. You made that bullshit up. Now the day of reckoning is here. You don't run no Venezuela. Your ass going to prison for what you did, bro. You liable to get kidnapped and extradited to some motherfucking prison somewhere. That's a fact. This man supposed to go to prison for killing Gaddafi. He was in on that.
It's a crossroads for every single adversary we have around the world. Hezbollah, Iran, all of them have turned it into their playground. That can and will not continue under this administration.
So is it your position now that the Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez, is now the legitimate president of Venezuela?
Well, this is not about the legitimate president. We don't believe that this regime in place is legitimate via an election, and that's not just us. It's 60-something countries around the world that have taken that view as well, including the European Union. But we understand
that don't work, bro. Maduro is the internationally recognized president. Even the UN say that. Everybody, even the Pope came out and said it. That man is the president of Venezuela. This is disgusting, bro. But let me tell you something. Like I said, we're going to watch some videos. I said it yesterday because it came to my mind. If I was the president of Taiwan, I would step down today. I would step down and then I would apologize to China for anything that ever said because the days is numbered. If the U.S. can kidnap Maduro, talking about what Maduro done to the U.S., the president, the so-called president of Taiwan, ass is grass. You have caused strife and you have committed terrorism and treason against the People's Republic of China. They can kidnap you and put you on trial. Ain't shit the U.S. can do about it. That's their backyard. For the Zelensky and any of those puppets who've been working with the CIA, I don't know why they still in Ukraine. Your days are fucking numbered, bro. Your days is numbered. It was a coup d'etat attempt last night in Burkina Faso. Didn't I fucking tell y'all but our brother made it again. I like what's going on, but I'm reading this chessboard. I don't want to speak that to existence. I want him to keep his head up, keep fighting. But Russia not gonna be able to save him in Africa. China, this is about they borders, and that's why the U.S. then kept any type of big dog like Gaddafi. They had to kill it off. So no, Africa is vulnerable than a bitch to the European and the U.S. attacks, bro. Right now. And they gonna circle in on our brother, and just how they did Maduro, they want the three kings: the president of Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. You know, it's gonna get rough. Russia tried to help them; they done lost hundreds of soldiers in Sahel State. That's a fact. Hundreds of their troops done been killed by the terrorists in Zelensky and France. But they got to get prepared. The U.S. playing real dirty right now, you know. And much as I want Russia and China to say the world, I understand be a realist, they can't, bro. At the end of the day, they people mean more to them than everybody else. It's supposed to be people amongst us rise up to save our fucking selves. That's a fact, bro. We're not supposed to have to wait on China or Russia to save us.
Understand that there are people in Venezuela today who are the ones that can actually make changes. So, for example, when we want to send in the migrant flights, even though we never recognized the Maduro regime as legitimate, we had to deal with the authorities that control the airport. We had to deal with the people who had guns and the people who had control of the airports. We had to deal with them to achieve these objectives. That's different from recognizing their legitimacy. Ultimately, legitimacy for their system of government will come about through a period of transition and real elections, which they have not had. And by the way, it's the reason why Maduro is not just an indicted drug trafficker. He's illegitimate president. He was not the head of state.
Yes, he was.
And I continue to see these media reports referring to him as President Maduro and the head of state. He was not the head of state.
Yes, he was.
He was not the head. And it's not just us saying it. The Biden administration.
He trying to convince himself. That's why I love this video so much, because Marco Rubio fell apart and was giving tough questions he couldn't answer. You have no legal justification. You run Venezuela. It's the reason he wouldn't say it, because they're going to play it back in court at his trial hearing. On this day, you was running Venezuela, right? It's innocent people was killed yesterday. Innocent people was killed as you was illegally kidnapping a sitting president of another country. Remember this. While they talking about kidnapping Maduro, Benjamin Netanyahu, an indicted war criminal by the International Criminal Court, is able to come to the U.S. Nobody take these people serious. The man is indicted for killing women and fucking kids, and this man smiled and hugged him. The world don't take the U.S. serious no more, bro. And it's serious. When the world don't take you serious no more, then they just think about getting rid of you. I'm telling y'all, man, we in severe danger, because I know the fuck North Korea. I'm telling you, man, we gotta hope North Korea don't say fuck it, man, and just let all they nukes go and hope they survive to see another day. Because who want to wait to get snatched up like Maduro? That's a fact, bro. Who want to wait to be Khomeini, the Iranian mullah? He had to hide out for selling. His people had to fight back. They want to snatch him up. Who want to have to be done like Assad? Have to run to Russia? Kim Jong-un would not. He want to get killed like Gaddafi or murdered like Saddam. Y'all got Kim fucked up. I can guarantee you, Kim Jong-un he stayed up all night contemplating what his chances is, bro. Shit, nigga. Hey, it don't look good for Kim, because the small hats run this fucking world and they want chaos. And Kim is on the list, point blank. Putin is on the list. That's a fact, and Russia know it. Come on, bro. These people got our lives in danger right now.
Said it. And so did 60-something countries around the world hold that position.
The president said that you spoke with the Vice President Rodriguez and that she promised to do whatever the United States needs. But in her televised statement, she was pretty defiant, saying that Maduro is still president and that the Venezuelan people will no longer be slaves or the colony of an empire. That's a quote. What exactly did she say to you, and what comes next?
Well, we're not going to judge moving forward based simply on what's said in press conferences. We want to see action here at the end of the day. Rhetoric is one thing. You see rhetoric for a lot of different reasons. There's a lot of different reasons why people go on TV and say certain things in these countries.
I say, bro, they talking about themselves. Rhetoric. We don't talk about rhetoric. People be saying all kind of shit. Yeah, you said you run Venezuela. That was a lie. You said you're controlling the oil. That was a lie. Now you got to tell us you won't let no oil get shipped out the country. How can you in control of it? You don't want to ship out the stuff you control? Imagine Americans that thought these people would control the oil fields, military, American boots on the ground. We rich. It's a new day. That's a lie. And you ain't rich. So you just as poor as your black ass was the day before yesterday. If they get their hands on it, you ain't gonna get nothing, house nigga.
15 hours or 12 hours after the person who used to be in charge of the regime is now in handcuffs and on his way to New York. So what I will say is, moving forward, it's very simple. We're not going to be reactive here to statements at press conferences or what people say in a certain interview or what some media post somewhere. What we are going to react to is very simple.
Y'all busted line, y'all. You said you talked to her. She agreed. This was psychological. They've been trying to run psychological trauma and campaigns on the Venezuelan people, but they made it. You said you talked to the Venezuela vice president. She agreed to do whatever y'all wanted. Please don't kill her. Please, just please let her be Mr. Big Bad Gringo. You run the fucking world. They said that till she came on TV and said, "The hell with them. They won't lay down. They won't lay down. Long live Maduro. Long live Chavez. Long live the Bolivarian Revolution. They gonna continue the path." Humiliated these people. Now the journalist is asking him, "What went wrong there with what you said?" Oh, we're not gonna worry about what. We can't take y'all serious. I didn't. I was a little worried yesterday when I seen my brother Maduro snatched up like they used to snatch up our leaders and to break us, buck breakers. The revolutionaries took a hit, But today, the people made us proud because the revolution is the people. It's never about one man. Or it wouldn't be no revolution as many of our people they done killed off. It's a proud day to build revolution. They cannot kill it off. Proud day
What
to
do
build
you do?
revolutionary. That's a fact.
Not what you're saying public. What happens? What happens next? Do the drugs stop coming? Are the changes made? Is Iran expelled? Is Hezbollah no longer able and Iran no longer able to operate against our interests from Venezuela? Does the migration pattern stop? The drug trafficking boats end? Do you deal with the ELN and the FARC, two narco-terrorist organizations who control territory and operate with impunity from the territory of Venezuela against the interests of Colombia and the United States? These are the things we want addressed. If they are addressed, that's how we'll judge it. If they're not addressed, that's how we'll judge it.
And what happens if they're not addressed?
Well, as I said, we retain all the options we had before this raid and this capture and this arrest was made. We continue. The quarantine is in place right now. If you are a sanctioned boat and you are headed towards Venezuela, you will be seized either on the way in or on the way out with a court order that we get from judges in the United States. We will continue to enforce our sanctions. And that is going to continue to happen until such time as changes are made. I cannot overstate how crippling this is for their future.
Revolutionary salute to our brother Randy Thomas for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is real life. Absolutely appreciate the love, soldier salute.
On the other hand, there's an alternative to that. And here's the alternative. And that is an oil industry that actually benefits the people, that actually goes to the benefit, not of people, of the people, not just 2 or 3 or 5 people who are stealing it, and certainly not to Iran or any of the other sanctioned entities that we're going after.
But how does the United States intend to secure the oil fields? Won't that take U.S. troops?
Well, ultimately, this is not about securing the oil fields. This is about ensuring that no sanctioned oil can come in and out until they make changes to the governance of that entire industry. Because right now, that industry is non-existent in the traditional way. These oil fields basically are pirate operations. People literally steal the oil from the ground. A handful of that's how they hold this regime together. A handful of cronies benefit from this oil, specific oil wells. They're producing at like 18% capacity because the equipment is all decrepit, and they basically pocket the money to their benefit. They sell the oil at a discount in global markets, 40 cents on the dollar, 50 cents on the dollar, but all that money goes to them. Those oil fields have not benefited
That's crazy,
the people.
Because he's been checking his bank accounts. He thinking about what he was going. Man, this nigga trying to count his money. I'm gonna get this 50 cents on the dollar for all this oil. Him and Trump steal. It done win you ain't getting no oil for Venezuela without hundreds of thousands of American troops dying, bro. I don't want that. I don't want the troops to die, but you ain't getting that motherfucker oil. He talking about people just want to steal the oil right up out the ground. Yes, you one of the people, but. I thought this was about drugs. People say, bro, why you keep talking about oil? I thought you wanted to save us from the drugs. What the fuck you keep talking about oil for? They can't help themselves.
Venezuela in over a decade, but they have made multi-millionaires, billionaires out of just a handful of people, and that's what's held this regime together. That's what needs to be addressed. The way to address it to the benefit of the Venezuelan people is to get private companies that are not from Iran or somewhere else.
They torturing Maduro, they torturing his wife, they want to know where those billions is at, bro. I'm telling you right now, that's what the big conversation with Trump and Maduro is about. Trump like, boy, you want to live? Tell me where you hid them billions. I'll let you live, hit you with about a 40 piece. 40, you'll be out if you live. Maduro 6 Trump like we'll try to give you some parole. I'll pardon you. Trump will pardon Maduro, but he want the billions, period. But what he gonna find out, Maduro ain't hid no billions away. He don't live like that, bro. He not one of those people. That's a fact. He ain't stashed no money.
To go in, invest in the equipment that hasn't been invested in 20 years because none of the profits that have been made from the oil have been reinvested. It's all been stolen. And that's going to take outside companies that come in and know how to do that. The people who do this stuff will know how to do it. But it all begins with dramatic changes at the way on the way that the authorities that are in charge of that industry behave. And until those changes happen, this quarantine will remain in place.
Chevron is the only American company working in Venezuela right now, only American oil company working in Venezuela right now. Have you gotten commitments from any other U.S. oil companies to go in?
You can't lie.
I haven't spoken to U.S. oil companies in the last few days, but we're pretty certain that there will be dramatic interest from Western companies, non-Russian, non-Chinese companies will be very interested. Our refineries in the Gulf Coast of the United States are the best in terms of refining this heavy crude. And there's actually been a shortage of heavy crude around the world. So I think there will be tremendous demand and interest from private industry if given the space to do it, if given the opportunity to do it.
That,
and that will spin off tremendous
this man
royalties.
talking about American companies come in and help fix up the Venezuelan oil pipelines that's old and decrepit because they sanctioned them and saying no Russian, no Chinese. That's imperialism. How can you tell these people who can help them, bro? That's disgusting, bro. Because it's going to be all small hat firms. They all going to be Jewish people controlling this stuff. He don't mind as long as he get his money. But I'm so happy to know and show y'all that man ain't getting his hand on nothing without sending the U.S. Armed Forces not to snatch and grab, but for a long, bloody Vietnam type war. That's just a fact. That's what awaits them if they try to take these people's shit.
For the people of Venezuela, to benefit the people of that country, not the handful of people at the top, but the people. And you know, that can happen. There will be interest. I haven't spoken to the companies since all of this has happened. I'm certainly aware of who they are. And I have spoken to Secretary Wright and Secretary Burgum and others and I know they'll soon be sort of taking an assessment and speaking to some of these companies, but I don't have any concerns that there won't be interest. There'll be tremendous interest if it can be done the right way.
I'm still not clear on what the legal authority is for the United States to run the country of Venezuela, but several members of Congress and other legal experts have said this operation to take Maduro was illegal because you didn't seek congressional authorization. Why wasn't congressional authorization necessary?
It wasn't necessary because this was not an invasion. We didn't occupy a country. This was an arrest operation. This was a law enforcement operation. He was arrested on the ground in Venezuela by FBI agents. Read his rights to be removed from the country. I encourage everyone. I know it's Sunday, people are busy, but the indictments have now been unsealed. People should read this indictment. They should read this indictment. They should read what this man did for the last 15 years of his life against the United States, him and his wife. He was arrested. Obviously, this was not a friendly territory.
That's what's so crazy, bro. They only arrested his wife so he would cop to some bullshit so they could later extradite her back to Venezuela. They want Maduro to humiliate Latin Americans, show Putin them what they will do. See, this part of letting Putin and China know hey, the U.S. back against the wall, the empire going down, they got to do irrational shit. Like kidnap a man's wife and charge her as a drug trafficker. That's outrageous, bro.
To arrest him, we had to ask the Department of War to become involved in this operation. The Department of War went in, they hit anything that was a threat to the agents that were going in to arrest him, and they hit anything that was a threat on the way out, and they hit anything that was a threat to them while they were on the ground.
See,
and that was a very limited
they killed innocent people, bro. They killed a bunch of innocent people. They killed his security detail who wasn't bought off, who wasn't going laying down. They just didn't know some traitors in the military was not going to shoot them goddamn Black Hawks down. They didn't know that. But it's okay, because a revolution is not a man. That's something that we have to understand. It's a fucking movement. People who want to be free, who refuse to be ruled. You see, one thing I can love about the Venezuelans, they hate imperialism and they refuse to be ruled. That's just in our DNA too.
Targeted operation. It is also a trigger-based operation. All kinds of conditions had to be in place. The weather had to be right. He had to be staying in a certain spot. Everything had to be in place for order that to happen. You can't congressionally notify something like this for two reasons. Number one, it will leak. It's as simple as that. And number two, it's an exigent circumstance. It's an emergent thing. You don't even know if you're going to be able to do it. We can't notify them we're going to do it on a Tuesday or on a Wednesday, because at some points we didn't know we were going to be able to carry this out. We didn't know if all of the things that had to line up were going to line up at the same time in the right conditions. He had to be at the right place at the right time with the right weather and all sorts of things like that. So those are very difficult to notify. But the number one reason is operational security. We would have put
as you know,
carried this on in harm's way. And frankly, a number of media outlets had gotten leaks that this was coming and held it for that very reason. And we thank them for doing that, or lives could have been lost.
As you know, the Congressional Gang of Eight has a history of not leaking. But you mentioned the indictment of Mr. Maduro, and of course it does detail his drug running operations. In the same jurisdiction, the former president of Honduras was actually convicted on similar charges, yet the president pardoned him. Here's what the vice chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, Mark Warner, had to say about that. He said, "You cannot credibly argue that drug trafficking charges demand invasion in one case while issuing a pardon in another." What's your response?
Well, the president has the pardon authority. He's the one that reviewed the file with the folks at the White House to make these pardon decisions, and I refer questions to them on it because I'm not involved in the pardon process. So I can't comment on that because I wasn't involved in that process. But the president outlined yesterday that he felt that in that particular case, there was unfairness. And that there was unfairness in the way that individual was treated. And he also pointed to the fact that the party that's now won the elections in Honduras had asked for this. And so I would point to those comments as
the party that won, it was his
party. In the case of Maduro, look, it's very simple. This guy was indicted. No one ever did anything about it. He didn't think he was under threat or that the indictment was ever going to be enforced. It was enforced yesterday.
Hernandez was convicted by a jury.
I understand. You're asking me. The pardon authority is something that, I'm not involved in my role.
He was convicted by a U.S. jury. That man don't give a damn. They sent a real narco trafficker. That dude was indicted, and that man said we will shove the cocaine down the nose of the gringos, and Trump pardoned him. A real president in Latin America who was shipping coke.
I wasn't involved in those deliberations. I haven't looked at the case file. I haven't looked at the arguments made by, I've got a bunch of other things going on that are within my purview as Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, but pardons aren't one of them. So I can't comment on a case that, frankly, I'm aware of, but not deeply and familiar with. And I don't want to comment on something that I haven't had a chance to be involved in reviewing the file and the rationale behind it.
Mr. Secretary, thanks for your time this morning.
Of course, Marco Rubio ends that interview by saying that he doesn't know about the pardoning of the convicted former Honduran president, so he's not going to talk about it. That's the same cowardice and pathetic excuses that people like Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, give when reporters ask them about Trump's lies and his corruption. They just say, well, I don't know about it, so I'm not going to talk about it. What a pathetic abdication of his responsibility. Now, did you hear there a justification at all as to what legal authority they had? No, because they didn't have the legal authority. They didn't have the legal authority to act in the United States. They don't have the legal authority to capture Nicolas Maduro on the international community. And that raises a number of problems because you see people out there like Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping who desperately want to go into, say, Ukraine and take Zelensky, or Taiwan and take the Taiwanese president. So again, the move here from Donald Trump raises a whole lot of concerns and issues for the United States moving forward. And of course, when pressed by reporters and journalists, they can't explain or justify the legal authority or what's going to happen next. I mean, there was a point there where Marco,
if the U.S. would never win Afghanistan, never win Iraq, it would probably wouldn't win the Ukraine. But when you set president, people can do that. They just set a very dangerous precedent for the enemies of Russia and China. That's serious goddamn business. They're going to snatch them people. The president of Taiwan at any day now, that your ass going on trial in China. We're going to see that. We're going to see that this year.
Marco Rubio was saying that oil companies are going to go in and make sure that the Venezuelan people are taken care of. Oil companies. That's who Marco Rubio and Donald Trump wants the American people to trust in returning the wealth and resources of Venezuelans' oil to the Venezuelan people. And did he have any explanation as to how they're going to do that or how they're going to ensure that that's going to take place? Of course not. We don't even have oil companies returning the wealth to the
What's
people.
So crazy is how they're going to do it is this socialism. They're going to give the people what Maduro and them was giving them. Homes, cars, helping the people bring down the cost of living, stuff like that, food programs, help the people with the resources like Gaddafi was doing. That's what they're going to try to do. You should just did it under Maduro when they didn't like the government.
The United States, let alone the people of Venezuela. I mean, how Donald Trump is going to sell this to his mega base is beyond me. I think they're really just going for, well, it was pretty cool what we did. It showed our military, like the might of our military, the power of our military. That's it. When it comes to putting America first, absolute failure. When it comes to strengthening America's ties around the world, absolute failure. This is going to make things so much worse for America and our role in the hemisphere and our role as the leader in the international community, because we're breaking laws, because we're breaking the norms of the world, and giving the green light to places like Russia and China to just go in and capture leaders they don't like. Just complete insanity here. Let me know what your reflections are down in the comments below, and be sure to subscribe to
...30 years in the insurance industry.
Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his good wife and their illegal rendering to the state of New York so that the Southern District of New York can prosecute them for, get this, possession of machine guns. Yes, that's right. The president of a sovereign state is being charged in the United States, which eschews all gun laws, is in part an indictment that he's in possession of machine guns. He's charged with several other items, but none of them will get past the gate, at least not in front of any self-respecting judge, because the whole world knows that Nicolas Maduro ain't no drug runner. The drug runners are in Rubio's fiefdom of Miami, Florida. The piracy of the high seas over the last few weeks, where well over 100 people have been murdered by the United States Air Force, people whose names not even they know, never mind us, people against whom no evidence has been produced, was superseded for sure just 48 hours or so ago, when a full-scale attack on the Venezuelan capital, Caracas, was mounted from air, land, and sea. We know that, at least in part, there must have been boots on the ground, because how else could they have kidnapped Nicolas Maduro? And why did they do so? And why did they kidnap his wife? And what is the world going to do about this act of international brigandage, this atrocious attack on all that matters in terms of the United Nations Charter, in terms of international law, in terms of the sovereignty of states, in terms of the membership of the United Nations? Well, the answer so far in the West is absolutely nothing at all. The European Union, which has never done leveling sanctions, 20 rounds now of sanctions against Russia for its illegitimate breach of the sovereignty of the state of Ukraine, and which has everything to say about Russia, nothing to say about Israel, and even less to say about what happened in Venezuela. As far as they're concerned, they're watching it closely. But anyway, Maduro was a bad man. And that opens a Pandora's box that they might be surprised to see the end result of. The Greek Prime Minister wholeheartedly welcomed Donald Trump's illegal kidnapping of a head of state, because he thinks that that head of state is illegitimate. But that opens the way now for Turkey to get justice for Turkish Cypriots, and my bet is on them doing just that. That opens the way for Moscow to land helicopters in Kiev and kidnap little Zelensky and bring him to Moscow and put him on trial. I don't know, maybe the Southern District of Moscow can put Zelensky on trial for possession of machine guns or cocaine or whatever it is they find on his person. when they do it. It opens the way now for China to kidnap the president of Taiwan, fly him to Beijing, and try him for acts of treason against the People's Republic of China. And nobody could complain because even the Americans, the British, the French, in fact, everybody in the world regards Taiwan as a part of China. So China would only be attacking itself, its own territory. And of course, that would be the end of Taiwan. Kidnapping Zelensky would be the end of the Ukraine as a sovereign nation state. But Venezuela is not finished, not by a long chalk. To paraphrase Mr. Churchill, the kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro is not the beginning of the end, but merely the end of the beginning, because the Hugo Chavez revolution in Venezuela is extant and intact, and its prince across the water, Nicolas Maduro, will give a very good account of himself in the courtroom. Be sure of that. In fact, Maduro and his wife are about to become international icons, icons of freedom and resistance, and icons of the sheer ugliness of today's America. Naked and ugly. Donald Trump metamorphosing into Caligula in front of our eyes, even physically, facially. He is becoming Caligula in front of our eyes. And the person who will be on trial in the Southern District of New York will not be Nicolas Maduro. It'll be Donald Trump. It'll be American imperialism. It'll be tariffs and sanctions. It'll be the enduring, ineluctable drive for war and exploitation of other people's resources that is personified, crystallized, perfectly represented by Donald J. Trump. If you asked Grok if Grok is still a thing, to paint a picture of late 21st century American imperialism, the face would be that of Donald Trump, who in a train wreck of a speech, I don't know, they say he doesn't drink, but he sure sounded drunk to me. Perhaps it was a sense of shock at what he had just done. But he was perfectly cogent when it came to the reasons. He's going to run Venezuela for the time being, don't you know? He's going to run a massive country 3 times the size of Vietnam from Washington, D.C., and with not a single U.S. soldier on the ground. If you believe that, I've got a bridge in London I could sell you going cheap. Do you think the movement of Hugo Chavez and Nicolas Maduro and Kelsey Rodriguez, the now acting president of Venezuela, are going to allow you to run Venezuela for the time being until you have decided who is going to take Maduro's place? You're a lunatic if you think that. If you want Venezuela's oil, Trump, you're going to have to invade it. And you're going to have to invade it with hundreds of thousands of soldiers, just like the United States did in Vietnam. Has anyone told you what happened in that war that you couldn't make, that you got 7 deferments for on account of your bone spurs? Because you didn't want to die face down in a rice paddy in Southeast Asia, did you? You didn't want to go and fight, but you send other people's sons and daughters to go and fight for you. You're a chicken shit, chicken hawk, Donald Trump. Peace president. You're an animal. You're a filthy animal, Donald Trump. That's what you are. And when you were sat there in Florida with your bosom buddy, Netanyahu, what's he got on you? Oh, we know what he's got on you, all right. You can fly all the way to Caracas and kidnap a head of state and make him face American justice. But you've got literally millions of documents, millions of them, maybe 5 million documents on the Epstein affair, and you haven't been able to arrest a single person. You haven't been able to do jack shit about your best friends being involved in trafficking children for illegal sexual purposes. Not one arrest. Hillary Clinton, lock her up. When is she getting locked up? You haven't locked up one person who cheated you in the presidential election of 2020. You haven't locked up one person who created, crafted the Russiagate hoax, which wrecked the entirety of your first term as American president. Not one has been locked up, but you can go all the way to Caracas to seize, kidnap illegally a man and his wife, the president and the first lady of Venezuela. You're a chicken shit, chicken hawk, Caligula. That's what you are. You couldn't fight your own way out of a wet paper bag, even when you were young enough to have bone spurs. You chickened out of Vietnam, but you're creating a new Vietnam in Venezuela. Moreover, you're threatening other people that they're next. And I don't just mean Iran, to which I turn in just a minute, and about which we will interview the wonderful Professor Syed Mohammed Marandi in just a few moments. I'm talking about Greenland. One of your senior officials.
I thought I was doing everything right for my dog. I wasn't. I had no idea my dog's constant paw licking, scratching, and head shaking.
Published a picture of Danish sovereign territory, Greenland, a part of the Kingdom of Denmark. She published a picture of Denmark with the United States stars and stripes on it, saying, "You're next." This Denmark, the most slavish supporter of NATO, the most slavish supporter of von der Leyen, your concubine in Brussels. This Denmark, which has backed you in every crime that the United States has committed in the world. This Denmark, which, by the way, was the first country in Europe to recognize the illegal NATO breakaway state of Kosovo, an act of brazen illegality which required you to bomb the people of Serbia, the great capital of Belgrade. Denmark supported it. And now their friend and ally, Caligula, is threatening to take their sovereign territory, if necessary, by force, an Article 5 offense. Oh, wait, can one member of NATO, Article 5, another member of NATO? I'm asking for some Danish friends, you see. But of course, that's not the only country on the radar for the Caracas treatment from Caligula. No, he's openly threatening with his fellow mafia boss. Which one is the capo de tutti capo? Who knows? Who's the boss? Donald? Is it Netanyahu? Is he up your arse or something? Who rules the five?
Revolutionary salute to our Queen Doaz TV for becoming a member to the House of Revolution. Revolution is where life. Absolutely appreciate the love, Queen. Salute.
Families that were set up down in Florida for the New Year celebration? Is it you, or is it your concubine, or are you his concubine? These are the questions we're all asking now. But whoever is doing whom, whoever's the jockey, whoever's the mount, the two of you concocted a plan to launch a new war against Iran. But you may well be biting off more than you can chew there, Donald.
They definitely
don't even dream of landing helicopters in downtown Tehran. Have you seen Tehran? Have you seen the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps? Don't even dream of it, Donald. In fact, I'm tempted to hope that you do think and do it. But I better not go further down that line, or Professor Morandi might be angry with me. But be sure, if you and Netanyahu attack Iran again, then you remember those potentates. They're not really big enough to be potentates, are they? You remember these satraps that gave you all those jewels, all that gold, all that money, all those Boeing 747s on your last tour of the Gulf? They'll all be gone, Donald. They will not exist. No oil or gas will be produced for years in the Persian Gulf. Nothing will flow through the waterways, for there will be nothing to flow. All of your satrapies will cease to exist. And guess what? The fire.
Guys, got hair loss? I know what you're thinking. Should I shave my head? Comb it over? Wear a hat? Just stop.
That will rain down on Tel Aviv, on occupied Palestine, will finish the state of Israel for good. Maybe you won't have the bottle to do that. There are all kinds of questions which arise, of course, in relation to what happened in Caracas. And we're going to deal with as many of them as we can on the show this evening. But I want to say a couple of things that will be uncomfortable to my friends in Venezuela. Nicolas Maduro was surely betrayed from within. You cannot fly Black Hawks across Caracas without fearing manpads, thousands of manpads. You cannot fly Black Hawk helicopters full of American special forces across the skyline in Caracas without attracting any meaningful anti-aircraft fire. You cannot kidnap the president of the Bolivarian Republic with a few dozen or even a few hundred US special forces unless there is a Trojan horse present, unless there are traitors abroad. Somebody betrayed Nicolas Maduro.
Definitely traitors in
Somebody close betrayed Nicolas Maduro. And we intend, if we can, to find out whom. For sure,
what's she gonna tell them?
It is a bitter blow to the Venezuelan people that their president, who has the support of 1 million armed Venezuelans and millions of the poorest Venezuelans, it's a bitter blow. But it's not over, as they say, until the fat lady sings.
That's a fact.
And the fat lady is Donald J. Trump.
And I already showed y'all in this program, the revolutionaries is in the street. Trump don't run no Venezuela. Narco Rubio never get none of that oil except the oil that they season as they leave. So that narco trafficker You know, but that's probably why they want to bomb Iran too, because that's why they want to seize their oil in Venezuela, because they finna need some oil after they little dastardly bullshit they finna pull in Iran. It's all connected. It's all connected.
I think we were watching the greatest game of poker ever played unfolding right before our very eyes. The first few days of 2026 couldn't be more explosive, and it's about to get a whole lot worse once we start bombing Iran again, which is coming very soon, of course. And the poker stakes couldn't be higher. On the one side, you have the United States. On the other side, you have the BRICS nations, specifically China. Every one of them raising their hand, calling the other one to fold, raising their stakes until one finally folds and collapses. And if you want to understand the hand that just got played, you need to start with Venezuela, one of China's most important trading partners by volume. Because the United States didn't just sanction Venezuela. We didn't just condemn Venezuela. We didn't just do the usual diplomatic theater. The United States actually launched devastating strikes inside of Venezuela, captured Nicolas Maduro and his wife. And now they're in New York City facing prosecution charges in New York. Now, just saying it out loud sounds kind of insane, but no, this actually happened yesterday morning. Just so you understand why this was a move against China, the Chinese delegation was actually in Venezuela on Saturday to meet with Maduro on Saturday afternoon. But Trump got in the way and captured him. So, like, the delegation is there. They're like, I guess we're not having a meeting today. And by the way, the Chinese delegation is still in Venezuela as of this recording on this Sunday morning. It's crazy when you think about it. So now the corporate mockingbird media wants you locked into the shiny object, you know, narco-terrorism, drugs, indictments, courtroom drama, fine. Like if you read Politico or the New York Times, you know, it's all about narco-terrorism. It's not. They're lying to you, of course. Maduro is not some innocent choir boy, however, we know that. But if you think this operation was really about fentanyl, you're missing the real story by a mile. It's not about fentanyl at all. It's a much bigger story than all of that. But before we get into that, it's worth noting how little resistance there was to this United States attack. In fact, where was the resistance at all? Where were the bodyguards? Where were the loyal units to Maduro? Where were the air defenses? Where was that response that you'd expect if a foreign power is inserting helicopters into your capital? Right now, it's looking like we're seeing a stand down, something akin to what we saw on October 7th. Stand down, let them come in. U.S. officials say some operators were injured and one helicopter was hit, but there was no U.S. fatalities. And Reuters reports that when the team got inside, Maduro and his wife immediately surrendered. That's not how this goes if everyone on the Venezuelan side is fighting to the last man. That means direct CIA involvement to carry this out. That's what this clearly was, a stand-down agreement to allow this to happen. So if you accept the premise that this was all orchestrated, and it was, and it changes how you interpret everything, because then you're not watching a chaotic war unfolding. You're watching a controlled extraction inside of a larger poker game. Now let me hit something else head on before I zoom out to a 30,000-foot level, because I'm already seeing the phony outrage. Democrats, suddenly they're anti-war. Okay, spare me. Save me your crocodile tears. No one's buying it. Look, I don't want the United States invading or meddling in any country either. I'm a Constitution guy. I'm an American first guy. The idea that we can just roll into a sovereign country, snatch their leader, call it justice is absolutely maddening to me. It's dangerous. And actually, it sets a dangerous precedent that can come back on us. And by the way, it's going to. But I'm not going to sit here and be lectured by the same people who cheered escalation for years while Biden and his handlers dragged us deeper and deeper into a proxy war with Russia in Ukraine. Please, don't lecture us. You don't have the moral high ground to stand on, Democrats. Now, here's where the Venezuela story becomes the front page of something much bigger, because this story is not a World War III story at all. This is an economic war story, and you better understand it. We had Colonel Douglas McGregor on last night, and he cut through all of the fear porn about this. He said China and Russia are not stupid. They're not going to show up in our backyard and fight a kinetic war with the United States. It's not going to happen.
The Russians and the Chinese are not stupid as we are. They are not going to try and challenge us militarily in our backyard the way we set out to challenge and ultimately destroy Russia by using Ukraine. You know, the worst place that you would ever want to have to fight Russia is in Ukraine, because it's very easy for them to mobilize their forces, bring them to bear, and destroy the enemy. Well, the same thing is true for us. So the Chinese and the Russians aren't going to do anything deliberately, but they will take measures in other ways. You talked about the economy and the financial matter up front. I think we're going to see the Chinese liquidate most of their debt holdings. That's going to have a hell of an impact on our bond market. I think we're going to have a number of things happen to us financially and economically, which are negative. But as far as military action is concerned, not a chance. They're not fools. This is not where they're going to take us on.
So no, I don't think you're going to see Russia parachuting into Texas or a Hollywood fleet battle in the Pacific Ocean. You're not going to see that. What you are going to see is a series of economic and financial moves that will rewrite the geopolitical map while everyone else is distracted by all of the spectacle. And if you want to see those moves, you need to start watching commodities right now, because here's what Redacted has learned from our own sources. China and Russia quietly moved nearly $2 billion worth of silver out of Venezuela right before Trump's invasion. That's the big tell right now, and it lines up with what China is doing right now, wide out in the open. Starting January 1st, China implemented a new export license system for silver. In plain English, silver exports now require government permission, and the system is designed to squeeze foreign buyers. So sorry, American manufacturers, you're not getting silver from China. So what happened after China did this? Silver didn't just go up, it went vertical. That's why you're seeing everyone suddenly asking, hey, well, what mineral is next? They just did this with silver. What's coming? Because once you see silver get choked, you realize the game isn't about headlines, it's about leverage. Silver is electronics, it's solar, it's EVs, it's data centers, it's modern life hardware, and it's vital right now. That's why China and Russia got all that silver out of Venezuela. It was so important. They didn't want America's grabbing it. And it's not just silver. China has already tightened rare earth export controls as well, targeting overseas defenses, semiconductor users. Those are the guts of modern manufacturing and modern warfare. And Reuters reports that China produces over 90% of the world's processed rare earth minerals and magnets. That's not a small lever that they have. That's a kill switch. When they shut it off, we get screwed. So this is the world right now moving away from globalization and into regionalization, where supply chains become weapons, and they are. That's what we're seeing in 2026. China used globalization methodically and patiently like a weapon to build dominance in military that we basically funded. Thanks, Bill Clinton. Manufacturing, they're dominant in manufacturing, ports and the port infrastructure they're building around the world, mining the essential supply chains, while we outsourced everything. Thanks, Clinton. Thanks, Obama. Thanks, Bush. They're also motivated by history, by the 100 years of humiliation after the West flooded China with opium to destroy their country. And a bunch of people walking around like zombies. Does that sound familiar in America right now? It's like the ultimate revenge story that you're seeing playing out now. And now you're seeing how all of that patience that China put forward is paying off. They want a system where the West can't choke them again, flood their country with opium. So Trump's view is very different, but it's also leverage-based. The U.S. is only about 5% of the world's population, but it's the premium consumer market. So his play is this. If you want access to our market, you pay the entrance fee. That entrance fee is tariffs. And like, I don't care where you come down on it. That's what he's doing. I'm just telling you what he's doing. And notice how this keeps happening. Trump tells everyone what he's going to do out loud. And then people like act shocked when he actually does it. He literally branded April 2nd as Liberation Day for tariffs. And the markets tanked. Why? Because they didn't believe he'd actually follow through on it like most American politicians. When they say something, they never do it. He actually did it. And now you've got the next layer. The administration is floating the idea of a tariff dividend, even throwing around $2,000 because they want to argue that tariffs aren't just punishment. They can actually fund a new economic model. They want to prove before the midterm elections that tariffs actually worked. That's the goal, according to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. So just step back and look at the poker table for a second. The U.S. is playing the market access card, tariffs, pressure, pay to enter the United States. China is playing a choke point card, rare earths, silver licensing, industrial inputs, and they're choking it off. And Venezuela is just a square on that board right now where resources, influence, and dollars all collide. The U.S. dollar collapse, all of it right there in Venezuela. So yes, Maduro being prosecuted in New York is a big story, But don't let that headline kind of hypnotize you away from the bigger story, in my opinion, is that the United States and China are now head-to-head out in the open. The gloves are off. Globalization is getting carved up before our eyes. Supply chains are turning into weapons. Hard assets are roaring for a reason. And the people who understand this right now are positioning things because they know that everything is changing right before our eyes. And then, of course, what happens next when the United States invades and takes over Greenland, because that is coming. That is all part of this massive chess piece right now, chess table that we're seeing, poker table, whatever metaphor you want. It's all happening. So that's the news update. If I brought you any value at all, please subscribe to the channel as well.
Professor Mohammed Marandi, Professor of English Literature and Orientalism at the University of Tehran, and very generous he is with his time for the mother of all talk shows. Professor, first of all, I know you are a pious man, so I apologize that you had to listen to some of the, well, colorful language and imagery that I deployed out of sheer anger and rage. I hope I have your forgiveness. But you were previously a professor of American studies. So help me, what just happened there?
Well, George, thank you very much for inviting me. It's always a great pleasure being on your show, and listening to you is always, for me, it makes me feel that my speaking skills are utterly inadequate. I think that Trump has dug himself into a hole over Venezuela. I think he's making a catastrophic mistake. Perhaps the Epstein files has something to do with it. Perhaps he wants to distract attention away from what's going on. And the economic situation is not good. Nothing is going well for the United States. So a quick win in Venezuela may have been a cure. But I think that this is going to fail. Kidnapping the lawful and legitimate president of the country is not going to change anything. There's no vacuum of power in the country. The vice president is the acting president. She has said that President Maduro continues to be the president, the legitimate president of the country, and armed forces, the administration, parliament, everything is in place. That what has changed is that Trump, through his arrogance and through his thuggish behavior during his talk at the press conference, I think has united the country of Venezuela in a way that no one else could have done. By telling the Venezuelans that the oil is ours, who's going to support this? The opposition can no longer support such a shameless policy. This is 19th century behavior. This is 18th century behavior. This is early 20th century behavior. The political correctness has gone aside, and now it's just brutal imperialism. At least under Obama and Bush and Clinton and Reagan, there was some political correctness. They pretended it was about human rights. They pretended it was about sovereignty and about enabling countries and about helping. Now it's just about stealing what they can. And the Europeans, of course, are wagging their tails for Big Daddy and supporting this act of aggression, just like they supported their, I don't want to go to your description of Trump and Netanyahu, but just as they supported Netanyahu when he invaded Iran. It's clear that the entire Western political establishment has cast aside the mantle of human rights and democracy and all that nonsense. It is now about taking what they can to plunder what can be plundered and to subjugate everyone in the process. And this, I think, has united Venezuela in ways that did not happen before. Friends in Venezuela, friends of yours and mine who I've spoken to, and I'm sure you've spoken to as well, they're all saying that people are outraged, and that now President Maduro is more popular than he has ever been before. And some are saying that if this continues, he'll become more popular than former President Hugo Chavez. So, and one of the interesting things, and correct me if you think I'm mistaken because your knowledge is greater than mine, the reason why Trump did not choose the Nobel War Prize winner as the president of Venezuela is not, I don't think it's simply because he knows that she has no place. She supported this war, and so she supported the murder that we saw. But I think it's because he knows that if he chooses her as president, he has to install her, and she has to go to Venezuela, and then he has to put boots on the ground. And yes, the United States can control the airspace of Venezuela. They can bomb the country and murder people. They've murdered soldiers. They murdered President Maduro's guards. Most of them apparently were murdered. They can murder ordinary citizens, but from the air, yes, they have superior technology. But when they come to the ground, when they put their boots on the ground, then what are they going to do? You've seen the country. It is mountainous, it is forest, it has jungles. It is the worst place for a superpower to want to have a war, an insurgency against it. So I think that the very fact that he did not install his president is because he knows that it would cause the United States to get into another Vietnam.
Now, the acting president, Rodriguez, was very clear today. There is only one president in Venezuela, and that is Nicolas Maduro. He is temporarily or permanently in the hands of the American empire, but that does not delegitimize him. It delegitimizes them. The mass movement that we both know so well of Chavistas, the supporters of the Bolivarian Revolution, launched and phenomenally successful under the late and great President Hugo Chavez, is still in power. And so nothing has changed. And Rubio appeared to accept that. And for the reasons that you have just admirably explained. If they pick someone else, they're going to have to install them. And that is, excuse me, that isn't going to be an easy thing to do. So the revolution continues. In what way does that improve America's position, not just in Venezuela, but in the world? It shows the United States in a light unimaginably harsh, don't you think?
Absolutely. I think that what the United States does in the coming days and weeks and months is only going to make things worse. And as I said, Trump has dug himself into a hole. It's not only the Venezuelan people, George, it is everyone across the world who was watching the press conference. He spoke like a thug. He wasn't even speaking like a godfather. It was just a thug, a neighborhood thug who was speaking. The oil is ours. We'll decide. We'll sell the oil. We'll choose who's in charge. Well, people in Brazil are watching. People in Argentina are watching. People in South Africa and Niger and Nigeria and Bangladesh, everyone across the world who's politically awake and who is following the news knows what this is all about. This is even the pretense of, as I said earlier, human rights and human values and freedom and democracy, which was always a lie and always an excuse to plunder and rape and steal. That has been cast aside, which is a good thing. I personally believe that Trump, who always says the quiet part out loud, is helping to destroy the empire more rapidly than it would under ordinary circumstances. And the people around him are, like himself, extraordinarily stupid. We saw Pompeo's tweet about Iran, where he basically said that, yes, the Mossad agents are with the rioters in Iran. Now the Iranian government, the administration, President Pezeshkian, intelligence officers don't even have to go on television to convince people that the Mossad is behind these riots. Pompeo the fool is saying it himself. All of this is very good news. The fact that they are so crude, the fact that they're murdering people is tragic. And I believe that probably having dug himself into a hole in Venezuela so deep so far, that he is stupid enough and foolish enough to continue digging. And that probably means more death and destruction, but it means a greater defeat ultimately for Trump himself and the regime in Washington. And the same applies for the Islamic Republic of Iran. If the United States and the Israeli regime come after Iran again, they're going to be defeated. Iran will emerge victorious, as they did last time round. It'll only be worse for them because Iran is now preparing for war. Iran is not going to be caught off guard. And the United States has overextended itself already. It's part of its fleet is in the Caribbean. It's escalating against China. We see the Chinese maneuvers in Taiwan. The war in Ukraine is reaching a critical juncture. This is not good for the United States, but I think that the people around Trump and Trump himself are too foolish and fanatical to recognize that.
I promise we'll come back to Iran, but on China, there was an envoy of Xi Jinping meeting Nicolas Maduro just a couple of hours before the United States swooped in and kidnapped him. This is as clear. I mean, I don't know if it was a coincidence. Sometimes coincidences happen in terms of the timing of this. But this was as clear a threat and a message to China as it was to Venezuela, wasn't it?
Absolutely. And I think that is, again, it shows how foolish the Trump regime is, because how many enemies does the United States want to fight with simultaneously? They are intensifying with Russia. We know that the CIA was involved in this strike on President Putin's the compound in which he resides in. We know that the United States is intensifying its trade. It has intensified its trade war with China, and it's this attack on Venezuela is an attack on China because China buys Venezuelan oil, and China has investment in Venezuela, and Venezuela has very good relations with China and Russia and Iran. So there's no doubt that this is a threat to China. China gets its oil from Iran, it gets its oil from Venezuela, it gets its oil from Russia, and two of these countries all three of these countries are countries that the United States is targeting. So I think this is only going to push China towards taking more harsh policies with regards to Washington. And this is something that Iranians welcome because the greater the antagonism between China and the United States, the more cooperation we'll be seeing between Iran and China. That's exactly what happened in Ukraine. When the proxy war in Ukraine started, Russia, which was cautious about Iran because it didn't want to be sanctioned, it didn't want to be antagonized and punished by the United States and its allies, it was now sanctioned. So it tilted towards Iran. And the relationship between Iran and Russia has been booming. The North-South transport corridor is rapidly making progress, and other aspects of the relationship are growing very rapidly. The same is true with China. And with the behavior of Trump in Venezuela and in our part of the world, what he's doing is that he's turning the whole globe against the United States. He's been doing it Biden was doing it through the genocide in Gaza. He continued this process through supporting and continuing the genocide in Gaza. But by expanding these trade wars and these military actions throughout the world, and of course there's Greenland, I think he's only making things more difficult for the United States. Now, why does he do this? I think it's exceptionalism. I think it's the arrogance of power. It's just like Zionism. The supremacists always think that they have special powers and a special gift, and ultimately they will overcome. They always underestimate their adversaries. The United States thinks the regime in Washington thinks it is exceptional. Even as the Titanic is sinking, they continue to be playing music and hoping that they'll reach their final destination, which will probably be at the
It was an
bottom of the
exceptional
ocean.
ship, the Titanic. That is for sure. Professor, I saw that tweet from Pompeo, and at first I thought it was some kind of spoof, but he asked God to bless the protesters on the streets of Iran and the Mossad agents who walked alongside them. I don't know if it's, Ozempic has ensured he's not the man he used to be. I don't know if it affects the mental health as well as the physical stature. But tell us what's happening on the streets of Iran. Only a fool would doubt that this is part of the ongoing aggression mounted by Israel and the United States. But how widespread is it, and how securely on top of it are the Iranian government?
It's not widespread. What happened, George, is that, as you know, you've been to Iran, you know Iran. The United States has imposed sanctions on Iran for 4.5 decades. They tried to strangle the economy, to bring people to their knees so that they overthrow the government out of desperation. That's what they are doing to Venezuela. That's what they do to Cuba. That's what they did to Syria. That's a part of their policy. And only fools who think that they're anti-imperialists would support any of these, whether it's Syria or Venezuela or Cuba or Iran or anyone else. But in any case, because of the sanctions, obviously the government has more difficulty than ordinary governments when it comes to finances. Recently, we had a significant fall in the rial, which has happened often during the last 2 decades. And some business people went to the streets to protest because they were concerned when the rial falls. The goods that they've sold don't make them enough money to go and purchase more goods. It becomes more difficult for them to continue their businesses, and their businesses could collapse. So they went to the streets to protest and to tell the government that we need the currency to be stabilized. The first day, George, nothing happened. There was no violence. And that was the day when the protests were the largest. There were maybe, I don't know the numbers, maybe 1,000 or 2, I don't know. But those were the largest protests. No police intervention, no violence. Not like in the UK, if someone holds a piece of paper saying I oppose genocide, if you're 80 years old, you get dragged off to jail. That doesn't happen. Or if you're in Germany and you have a keffiyeh, and then a young woman can get battered and beaten by the police. No, that didn't happen. But on day 2, we saw small groups of violent people, very well organized, in different towns and cities, starting attacking the police, public assets, public buildings, banks, and police stations as well. A couple of police officers have been killed. I've posted some videos of where they use a torch to set fire to a police officer on a motorcycle. I mean, if that happened in the West, there would be uproar. But when it comes to Iran, the entire Persian language media in the West, BBC Persian, Iran International, all of these media outlets that get their funding from Western intelligence agencies, all these tens of TV channels and Telegram channels and these cyber armies that they have in Albania and elsewhere, all of them have been working morning to night and from morning to night and from night to morning to justify the beating of police officers, the killing of police officers, using AI to exaggerate their numbers, they manipulate, just like what we're seeing in Venezuela. I'm sure you saw some of the images of Argentina, huge crowds, and then they said, this is the people of Venezuela celebrating the fall of Maduro. That's the same thing that they've been, I mean, what they're doing in Venezuela reminds me of what they do in Iran. It's very similar, the fate of these two countries, and I'm sure that both countries will come out on top and defeat the empire. But things are calm across the country. Nothing much is happening. People are politically aware. They've seen what the United States and the Europeans have done in Gaza. They've seen the 12-day war where the Iranians were negotiating and the West was conspiring against it. And they've seen how the United States, over the last couple of days, what it has done to Venezuela. People in Iran see what Trump says, the oil is ours. Well, we have a lot of oil, George. We have a lot of gas too. And Iranians know that the ultimate intention of the United States, whether in Venezuela or in Iran, is for the United States to plunder, and the oligarchs in the United States. Ordinary Americans will not get anything out of this. It will be for the oligarchs to plunder.
So why did we just bomb Venezuela? Is it really because of drugs? Or is it because we want their oil? Or could it be because our greatest ally told us to? Let's find out. First off, the high-level facts just to catch us all up. They're telling us that President Trump and Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife,
the kings of chaos, is always behind everything. The small hats
were captured and flown out of the country early Saturday morning, confirming a, quote, large-scale strike by the U.S. that drew quick condemnation and concern from across the globe. They're also saying that Mr. Trump said in a press conference that the U.S. will, quote, run Venezuela on a temporary basis.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition.
So I guess we're running Venezuela now. I wonder what happened to no regime change wars or peace on earth. I guess those things went out the window real quick. Also, I just want to add what we did was not only illegal in the sense of international law, but also completely unconstitutional because Congress, as far as I'm aware, did not authorize any sort of military strike. Now, Attorney General Pam Bondi has announced that Nicolas Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, have been indicted in the Southern District of New York and charged with narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive devices, and conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices against the United States. They will soon face the full wrath of the American justice system on American soil, in American courts, blah, 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 blah. I don't know how we can charge someone with possessing firearms in another country that's not even our country, especially given the fact that we do allow our own citizens to carry firearms. And also, we know that drug thing is complete bullshit. We don't care about that. I mean, Trump literally just pardoned former Honduran President Juan Orlando Hernandez, who was a so-called cocaine kingpin who ruled Honduras. So what is this really all about? Well, the leader of the opposition party in Venezuela is this woman by the name of Maria Corina Machado. And Fox News is reporting that Maria Corina Machado is emerging as the top potential successor after Maduro's fall. And let's take a listen to what she has to say.
Forget about Saudi Arabia. Forget about the Saudis. I mean, we have more oil. Infinite potential. And we're going to open markets. We're going to kick off the government from the oil sector. We are going to privatize all our industry. Venezuela has huge resources: oil, gas, minerals, land, technology. And as you said before, we have a strategic location, hours from the United States. So we're going to do this right. We know what we have to do. And American companies are in, super strategic position to invest. This country, Venezuela, is going to be the brightest opportunity for investment of American companies, of good people that are going to make a lot of money.
So basically, forget Saudi Arabia. We have more oil than them. We're going to privatize our entire oil industry for you. American companies will profit greatly. And this isn't.
She was kissing Trump ass. They asked Trump after they kidnapped Maduro. What about this lady, the Venezuelan Nobel Peace Prize winner, which Marco Rubio made sure she got that so they can pull this move. They wanted to install her. See, that show you Trump double-crossed Marco Rubio. Trump say, nah, she's not really respected. She don't. And the media is mad about that. They complaining that why did Trump do that? Because the boy hates that he didn't get the Nobel Peace Prize. So he put it into that live on TV. Nah, nobody respects her. No, they don't. So that's the end of her. The U.S. president says she's not respected in Venezuela, bro.
And some kind of conspiracy theory that I'm trying to peddle here. This is just a straight conspiracy.
Trump would double cross the double crossers. He'll triple cross you real quick. You know what I'm saying? That lady was praising Trump. She thought she was the president of Venezuela. Trump said, nobody respects her in Venezuela.
Because Donald Trump literally told us that was why we were going to Venezuela, and that is exactly what we're going to do.
Yeah, what was that? Getting land, oil rights, whatever we had. They took it away because we had a president that maybe wasn't watching. But they're not going to do that. We want it back. They took our oil rights. We had a lot of oil there. As you know, they threw our companies out, and we want it back.
Okay, there you go. We want our oil back, whatever that's supposed to mean. And, when we do a lot of these regime change operations, I do think this is important. Natural resources, or the U.S. trying to hijack the natural resources of other countries.
And the reason he's setting a bad precedent, and it's bad that's why I say Africa got to be put on notice. Once Trump saying we built the infrastructure that get that oil off the ground, that shit blown us, well, that's exactly what Europe did all throughout Africa. So France licking their chops, ready to go back into Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, take all that shit because they can say what Trump said. We built that shit to get that shit out the ground. That belonged to us. But Russia can say the same thing about almost the entire Europe, all those new NATO countries, all those countries on this border, Poland, U2, everything in Ukraine, damn sure, anything that was in the Soviet Union, Russia could say, we built that infrastructure. All that shit belonged to us, and we taking it back. The U.S. has set the precedent. Russia would be in the right.
Countries is usually a factor. But then when you dig a little bit deeper, like I've been doing for the last couple of weeks, we find that underlying a lot of these motivations, which are all true, there's also usually a shadowy influence pulling the strings. I'll just put it that way.
President Trump promised to get America, as you know, out of foreign wars, not start new ones. Would he be going against that promise if he did, in fact, go to war with Venezuela?
Absolutely not. If you're an American and you want Maduro to stay in power, man, have you lost your way?
Ask yourself, why are we about to go to war with Venezuela? You might think it's because of oil, which is always a factor. The real reason, I think, is because a certain other foreign country told us to, allegedly. This is reporting from the most popular newspaper in Israel. They say, quote, since Hugo Chavez's rise to power, Venezuela has become one of the most hostile countries to Israel and Zionism in Latin America. His successor continued the anti-Israel line with even more intensity. Thus, Venezuela, which previously maintained warm relations with Israel and even purchased security technologies from it, became a center of hostile propaganda towards Zionism and the Jewish state. Yep, they want to get rid of Maduro to install this lady named Maria Corina Machado. She was asked, will you restore diplomatic relations with Israel and establish Venezuela's embassy location in Jerusalem as President Donald Trump did? And she replied, quote, yes, certainly. Venezuela will be Israel's closest ally in Latin America. We rely on Israel's support in dismantling Maduro's crime regime and in the transition to democracy. Together, we will lead a global struggle against crime and terror. The Venezuelan people deeply admire Israel and will always defend its right to live in peace without threat to its existence. Also, another tell, if you didn't notice, is that Lindsey Graham, the senator of South Carolina, is literally in Tel Aviv receiving these marching orders.
Yes, I'm going to say the quiet part out loud. Part of the reason why we just bombed Venezuela is because Israel told us to. Here's what President Maduro recently said about the state of Israel.
Ahora los racistas y supremacistas del sionismo hoy quieren acabar con el pueblo palestino. Y digo más, quieren acabar con todo el pueblo árabe, con todo el pueblo musulmán. Han sembrado una ideología del odio, de la racia. Se han sembrado durante 75 años con el apoyo de Occidente. Atención, mundo bueno que me escucha. Atención, hombres y mujeres de los Estados Unidos, de Europa y del mundo. Han sembrado una ideología más peligrosa que la nazi. Primero contra el pueblo palestino. Racia, exterminio, genocidio, bombas atómicas. Y luego vienen los pueblos árabes, todos los pueblos musulmanes. Y después quieran venir por nosotros, los cristianos, los católicos. Paremos al tiempo el genocidio. Paremos a tiempo el genocidio sionista contra el amado y pueblo palestino.
And now you can clearly see why Maduro had to go. You guys should know there is a spreading of pro-Israel regimes in South America, and Venezuela was always the next target to get. Now, I understand that I have a diverse audience. We have people from all walks of life in our 5149 community, different ideologies. I'm sure many of you guys even voted for Trump. So I'm not sure how you're going to take this or react to this invading of Venezuela on a personal level. You might even be excited. But what I will try to implore you is to ask yourself, how does this help the American people? How does this help your friends, your family, your community, right? Oil companies getting rich. Will that help you? Will spending billions of dollars to install a new leader in Venezuela help fix the dilapidated roads and bridges in America? Or will it help fix our broken healthcare system? Will it help you buy a home? Because if the answer is no, we really should question what the hell is going on here and which interests actually run Trump and who actually controls our government. That is it for me this week. Let me know what you think. Do
So Donald Trump has managed to do what even seasoned warmongers usually avoid. He's walked himself straight into an array of legal messes, not just through what he has done, but also by openly bragging about it. He didn't just authorize force, he narrated it. He didn't just claim control over another country, he announced it. He didn't just detain a foreign head of state, he posted a picture of it. In legal terms, it's self-harm on steroids. Trump has stacked admissions on top of jurisdiction, on top of precedent, and pinned his own name to every single layer of it. because he took it all upon himself. International law and his struggles when powerful actors hide behind procedure. Trump didn't bother with that. He stepped out from behind it and waved. So from here on, every rule applied elsewhere snaps back towards him, because the same logic cannot suddenly stop working without the system admitting it only ever works selectively. And the consequences, if he gets away with it, are disastrous. Right, so Donald Trump has said the United States used overwhelming military force against Venezuela, has described the operation as decisive and successful, has claimed that Washington will run the country during a transition, and has circulated an image identifying Nicolas Maduro in US custody aboard a US warship. Taken together, those statements have done something power normally goes to great lengths to avoid. They've turned a coercive act into an established record, and in doing so, they've fixed responsibility in a way that can no longer be denied in any way, shape, or form. Can't be diluted across institutions, time, or any sort of vague ambiguity going forwards. Donald Trump has always relied on the assumption that power protects itself, that he therefore must be untouchable as a result. It often does think in those ways, but only when it stays deniable and procedural or quietly distributed. What Trump has done instead, according to his own words, his own posts, is concentrate the action and the justification and all the proof into a single public performance. And that choice changes the conditions under which the system can pretend to be neutral. From the moment the act is declared, named, and displayed, as Donald Trump has dutifully done, silence stops being restraint and starts being the official position. The Venezuelan government has responded as a functioning state. Delcy Rodriguez has spoken publicly as vice president, now acting president. She's chaired emergency meetings of the National Defense Council. She's insisted that Nicolas Maduro remains the legitimate president and described the reporting US action as an illegal kidnapping and military aggression. And many other leaders in many other countries are describing it in exactly the same terms, a kidnapping of another head of state. Those statements matter because they remove one of the oldest escape routes used to normalize force. There's no vacuum being filled here at all. A government is operating, issuing orders, and rejecting the act in the language of sovereignty and self-defense. So when that happens, the story cannot later be reframed as stabilization or humanitarian necessity without contradicting its own record. Donald Trump, meanwhile, has of course only escalated his rhetoric. He's spoken of overwhelming power, of air, land, and sea operations, of infrastructure disruption, of readiness for further waves if necessary, and of the need to prevent the wrong people from taking over Venezuela. That's declarative, more intent, isn't it? Courts usually infer intent from fragments in context. Here, intent's asserted. Trump is literally announcing it to the world. Whether that assertion is later walked back on is irrelevant to the fact it has been made, published, and preserved already. The photograph identifying Maduro in custody matters because it converts allegation into custody. Trump posted it. He named Maduro in it. He specified the location, the warship he was on. That single act removes deniability and adds an additional layer of exposure. Publicly displaying a detainee is not neutral conduct. It goes to treatment and purpose. The significance is evidentiary. The detaining power authenticated its own act. Venezuela has reported that it has declared a state of emergency, activated defense plans, reserved the right to exercise self-defense under Article 51 of the UN Charter. Whether other states accept that characterization is one thing. The existence of the claim isn't that. Once a state formally frames an incident as an armed attack and invokes self-defense, the category of the act becomes fixed. It's no longer plausibly describable as law enforcement, therefore. It was an attack. Bombing a capital, seizing a head of state, kidnapping them, and then claiming administrative authority does not sit in a legal grey zone, funnily enough. So this is where Trump's position begins to narrow. The United States is not a party to the International Criminal Court. We know that, of course. That non-membership has long functioned as insulation, not because it removes law, but because it allows enforcement to be selective without saying so. That insulation weakened the moment territorial jurisdiction logic was accepted in cases involving non-member nationals acting on the territory of an ICC-recognized state. This is how Benjamin Netanyahu has an arrest warrant on his head, is it not? Palestine is an ICC member state, even though Israel isn't. Therefore, the same logic surely applies here too as well. Venezuela is a party to the Rome Statute, even if the US is not. Now, that fact does not produce an arrest. It doesn't produce an arrest warrant even. It produces a contradiction, and it's certainly one I dare say the ICC will have to face before very much longer. But once territorial jurisdiction has been accepted as sufficient in one politically sensitive context, it can't be denied elsewhere without advertising politics as law. Trump has placed himself inside that logic here. By asserting that US forces operated on Venezuelan territory and by naming the outcome, he's activated the same jurisdictional frame the system has already relied on in the case of Benjamin Netanyahu and former Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant in order to issue those arrest warrants. So let's hope the ICC can see the consistency, though of course somebody does need to bring the case before them. But Trump appears to assume that the delay favors him. It often does when there's some ambiguity remaining about something. But here, delay just compounds the exposure. He's admitted to everything, hasn't he? Every day without institutional engagement, therefore, hardens this episode into a standing exception. Standing exceptions are not neutral. They teach us all something. They tell us other states what is permitted and under what conditions. They tell smaller states why compliance is optional when power is involved. They tell all of us who is actually above the law when it comes down to it, don't they? And this is why Trump's move has cornered him rather than the system. If institutions act, they confront a former US president inside a framework he's publicly acknowledged himself. If they don't, they confirm selective application. So either outcome attaches to Trump personally because he insisted on visibility by telling the world what he'd done. There's no diffusion here into agencies or time. The act has been narrated, displayed, and owned by the president himself. Members of the US Congress have described the reported actions illegal and unauthorized under domestic law. That matters too, because it guarantees consequence, or should, but because it fixes contestation too. Under the US constitutional system, large-scale military action requires congressional authorization, and Trump didn't get it. He didn't even inform Congress of his intentions, apparently. They'd be treasonous, is an allegation he's apparently made. Trump's own descriptions of scale undermine any claim to narrow executive discretion. And this is about record. A contested record doesn't just disappear. It's always there. So at this point, the usual defenses begin to fail, don't they? There's no clean way out of this. A quiet settlement would need the Venezuelan government to play along. I don't see that happening, do you? Delay only works when things are unclear, and Trump made sure that they aren't. Walking it back would mean pretending he didn't say what he said or posted what he posted, and well, that door's already shut to himself as well. Every escape route depends on uncertainty, and he burned that off himself because he can't shut his own mouth. So what that leaves is attachment. Trump hasn't left this hanging as an accusation. He's welded himself to it. Years from now, this won't be remembered as a claim or a dispute. It will be remembered as something he announced and displayed with pride. Power usually survives by letting time blur responsibility. Trump did the opposite. He stamped his own name and face onto the act and made it permanent. And this exposes how international law actually functions when it functions at all. It's not an automatic enforcement machine, though it should be, quite frankly. It's a credibility economy. Its currency is consistency, and Trump has forced a valuation moment there. The price might not be paid immediately, but it's very real. So from here on, every invocation of law elsewhere is going to be measured against his silence or engagement. And there's a temptation to retreat into cynicism here a little bit, to say this is how it has always been. Power breaks rules quietly. It does it all the time. So what? Yet what Trump has done is break them very, very loudly. He's removed all the fog that usually allows institutions to manage contradictions without admitting to them, and all because he cannot keep his mouth shut. Now, Trump's defenders may argue that nothing will happen. They may be very right in a narrow sense, but nothing here is not neutral. Nothing becomes something when it's compared and repeated and remembered against other examples. And this case will be remembered because Trump ensured it would be. The system has always lived with violations. What it can't live with is being shown up. And Trump didn't just cross a line. He pointed at it, named it, stamped his own name on it like he does with literally everything else. He didn't need leaks or denials or plausible distance. He did all the evidentiary work himself for whoever chooses to pick up the legal baton. That exposure doesn't drift. It stays attached. From here on, doing nothing isn't a neutral posture. It's an active decision that has to be carried every time the law is pointed at someone else. The moment the same rules are invoked elsewhere, this case tags along behind them, doesn't it? Because jurisdiction doesn't conveniently switch off without the whole thing starting to look staged. Trump has now forced institutions into a corner that usually escape by running the clock down, by spreading out the responsibility and letting memory do the work. None of that will help this time. The record is tight. The claims are all his. The images are already baked in. He's shared them. So this isn't something filed away and forgotten. It's material he chose to publish. and the system now has to live with and deal with. And that's where discretion turns into precedent. One exception can be explained away. A visible one that's left standing and is still being bragged about even cannot be. What makes this different isn't scale or shock. It's how clean it is. Trump removed the blur the system usually relies on to pretend every case is unique, and this one has to be dealt with in and of itself on its own merits. Every future enforcement action will now inherit this case as background noise. This is always going to be in the static in the background. When the law is invoked against less protected actors, the question will not be whether the law applies there. It will be why it did not apply here. Trump has shown that a powerful actor can break the rules in full view and wait to see if anything happens. And actually, we're all wondering if anything will happen because we can't be certain of it. It's a lesson that doesn't need selling. Other states will read it straight off the page, leave it unchallenged often enough, and tolerance stops being ambiguity and starts being permission. So will any make a move? Well, there might be a bit of a get-together in Europe over this as it happens, but we'll have to see what happens there. But this isn't just opponents taking notes either. Allies are watching the same thing. Smaller states that follow the rules because they assume they apply evenly can now see the terms clearly. Compliance isn't a baseline, it's a wager. So alongside the law sits reputation. And Trump's welded himself to this act personally. So when a figure is already associated with blowing past limits, later denials simply will not land. They won't wash. Every attempt to downplay this will be read against the record he created himself, because he made sure there was one. So time will not dull the documentation. The statements and the images exist, largely because of him. They will be searchable and invoked whenever convenient. This does not mean Trump will be arrested or that a court will assert authority. We can never be certain of such things. More's the pity. But the change is not in enforcement, it's in justification. So from now on, when institutions choose not to engage with this case, they will have to explain why similar logic applies elsewhere. And when they can't, as they certainly will not be able to, their credibility will erode. And that becomes cumulative. It will continue to show up in reluctance to comply and in the dismissal of norms that once actually carried some weight. Trump's erased the gap power normally relies on between what it does and what it says. He didn't let others speak for him. He didn't wait for lawyers to tidy it up. He claimed the act himself. From a power perspective, that's a massive blunder. But he likes to posture as someone who spots hypocrisy a mile off. Yet here, he's dragged it into the open himself. And if the rules are real, they have to bite here. Because if they don't, then every speech about universality and international law elsewhere will sound very, very hollow. That sticks to him. When someone has already shown they don't care about limits, later claims of compliance don't carry any weight. Trump has stripped himself of the benefit of the doubt, and he's made his own legality a permanent question mark. If you zoom out from this, it's all part of a longer slide. The post-war order only worked because powerful states acted as though they were constrained even when they weren't. Trump has dropped the act. He has treated the law as something beneath notice, beneath him. That signals travels. Others will learn not to avoid the breach, but to hide it better, perhaps. The lesson isn't how to do this, it's how not to be seen doing it. Not to be so brazen about it as Trump has been, perhaps. Back home, it muddies the line between executive talk and executive action. When a president brags about unauthorized force and foreign control, future presidents will inherit a looser boundary and Congress inherits less leverage. Trump may believe supporters will see this as strength. Some will. But strength that depends on exemption is fragile. It can't tolerate comparison, and that's what Trump has invited. Critics will invoke this case whenever Trump speaks about law or legitimacy. Allies will remember it when weighing assurances. Adversaries will cite it when justifying conduct. This is going to stick, though, because it's clean. The system can usually live with mess. It struggles with clarity. Trump supplied that all by himself. He shut down the usual exits. There's no plausible denial left, no quiet deal to smooth it over, no procedural fog to hide it all in, no distance between the act and the person claiming it. What's left are only choices that expose preference. If institutions move, they admit reach. If they don't, they admit selectivity. Trying to half-step it just confirms incoherence. None of those options, however, will restore neutrality or anything resembling whatever's left of the notion of international law. And this doesn't rewind either. Even if Trump never holds office again, The record won't disappear. Even if the system acts elsewhere later, the comparison stays live. Trump has stripped away the space that let the law pretend the line was straight. The system can carry on, but with less authority and less leverage because it's been shown. That's the cost. That's the price we will all end up paying. Trump assumes power will just cover it because he's in power. Power often does, as long as it keeps his mouth shut. And he can never do that. He didn't do that. He narrated it, he branded it, and he's turned coercion into evidence. And in doing that, he forced the system to show what it really is. Now, of course, some legal figures might choose to look away and undermine themselves. One such person has done so already, so anyone considering it should look to Keir Starmer as an example of exactly what not to do, as you can find out all about here. Please do also hit like, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so already, so as to ensure you don't miss out on all
the world, except for those in the West who claim to support freedom and international law. The United States has carried out a brutal military operation in Venezuela and captured its president and his wife, who have been taken back to New York against their will. China has come out and strongly condemned the blatant war on peace and stability, but Western governments, despite claiming to care so much about international law, are surprisingly unmoved, with some, like UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, saying he will shed no tears over the kidnapping of President Maduro. A Chinese delegation met with Maduro just hours before the president was abducted, after he posted on social media praising the relationship between China and Venezuela. So what exactly is going on, and why are Western leaders so two-faced when it comes to the illegal actions of the Trump regime? Well, today we'll go beyond the propaganda and check out all of the details. This is Reports on China. I'm Andy Borham here in Shanghai. Let's get reporting. Early on the morning of January 3 local time, the Donald Trump regime undertook a large-scale military strike in Caracas, the capital city of Venezuela, causing multiple explosions and eventually kidnapping the country's president, Maduro, and his wife, before taking them to New York against their will. US President Donald Trump claims the pair and others are to be charged with narco-terrorism, cocaine importation conspiracy, and related crimes. The operation was described as a law enforcement-supported action against a narco state. But it's extremely clear to anyone with a functioning brain that oil is the motive, with Trump mentioning the resource multiple times during his Mar-a-Lago press conference. Basically, the US had imposed heavy sanctions and embargoes on Venezuelan oil in the hope that this would isolate Maduro internationally and domestically and put pressure on the country's government to force a change of leadership. That did not work, with China and other global South countries ignoring US sanctions and continuing to buy Venezuelan oil, angering the Trump administration and rendering its sanctions as useless. The Trump regime upped the ante and last month began stealing Venezuelan oil being exported by directly seizing vessels as they left the region carrying oil worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Just before Maduro and his wife were kidnapped by US forces, a high-level Chinese delegation met with him in Caracas to talk about continued friendship and cooperation between the two countries. That delegation included Qiu Xiaoqi, China's special representative for Latin America and Caribbean affairs, and special envoy to President Xi Jinping. President Maduro described the meeting as a fraternal meeting that reaffirms the strong bonds of brotherhood and friendship between China and Venezuela through thick and thin. And that was evidenced by China's purchase of Venezuelan oil last year, despite US sanctions. As one example, in November of 2025, China purchased a massive 80% of all of Venezuela's oil exports, which showed the US that their unilateral sanctions, embargoes, and bullying are basically useless. And that is why they decided to lash out, invading a sovereign nation in a blatant violation of international law and kidnapping its president, his wife, and others. China, of course, came out and strongly condemned the US for their actions, saying, "Such hegemonic acts of the US seriously violate international law and Venezuela's sovereignty and threaten peace and security in Latin America and the Caribbean region. China firmly opposes it." But Western leaders who pretend to care about international law and sovereignty have been rather quiet. And those who have spoken, like UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, have shown just how little regard they have for the values they pretend to care so much about. Starmer wrote on X, "The UK has long supported a transition of power in Venezuela. We regarded Maduro as an illegitimate president and we shed no tears about the end of his regime. I reiterated my support for international law this morning." Wow, how contradictory can one message be? He literally admits there that his country has long wanted regime change in Venezuela, simply because he doesn't like the person who was elected there. He then goes on to say that he supports international law after saying he will shed no tears about the leader of a sovereign country being kidnapped by the United States of America. Absolutely shocking. Well, let's look at international law, shall we, Mr. Prime Minister? UN Charter Article 2.4 prohibits the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. Now, Trump's unilateral airstrikes and forcible entry into Venezuelan territory to capture a sitting head of state are a direct use of force without Venezuela's consent. On top of that, customary international law and UN Charter principles bar interference in another state's internal matters. Capturing and removing a head of state, plus statements about the US temporarily running the country, clearly show unlawful intervention. Also, under customary international law, sitting heads of state enjoy immunity from foreign jurisdiction in criminal matters, unless exceptions like international criminal court warrants apply. Maduro, as sitting president, has no ICC warrants. And that is just a few examples. Typical reaction or non-reaction from the West, who just love the old adage, rules for thee, but not for me. So what we're seeing here, as I've described on this channel many times before, is the desperate last throes of a falling empire. The United States and the West in general are slowly realizing that the power they enjoyed over the rest of the world for much of the past 70 or 80 years no longer exists. So instead of just imposing unfair unilateral punishments on countries they don't like, such as tariffs and sanctions, the US is now blatantly invading nations and kidnapping leaders that don't do exactly as they're told. Now, I'll be keeping an eye on this situation, but expect more like it as the flame of US hegemony is slowly snuffed out. And on that note,
with Patrick Henningsen and before we make a decision as to what's happening. No, it's over. Within like a couple days, you know what I mean? We kidnapped Noriega. I mean, this is kind of something that happens. And now the difference is, you know, they kind of hide it. They're quiet about it. Trump just comes out, we're doing it. We're taking the whole country, this and that. And he does the usual, his press conference, which Trump's good at that, making a big splash, a big press conference. We'll get into this. Here's what I compared it to. Everybody's like, let's compare it to Syria. Let's compare it to this. I said, no, let's compare it to Iran. Next day, because you know why I said that? Because I got all these people who called me, see, Garland, that's it. They've defeated Iran. And Iran's going down and they're going to replace the government. I'm like, dude, it's been like 8 hours here. Let's see how this works out over the course of a couple of weeks before we make a decision as to what's happening. No, it's over. Within like a couple on their feet, they pounded the crap out of Israel and they had to tap out, right? everybody's like, it's over. They've taken Venezuela. I'm like, well, actually, they kidnapped one guy. The vice president stood up and stepped into place. And everybody's speculating. Nobody knows anything. Everybody's speculating as to what happened and who was sold that. We know absolutely nothing. It's been 48 hours. My opinion, it ain't going to work out good for him. It ain't going to work out real good. It's going to be a debacle. I'm out of your way. Patrick Pennington.
It's hard to know where to start, but let's start there, Garland. How's it going to work out? Okay. That train wreck of a press conference at Mar-a-Lago. And I have to tell you that, you know how they called Joe Biden Sleepy Joe? I'm going to call Donald Trump as Sloppy Joe. Sloppy Joe. If you're American, you know what that is. It's a great delicacy of high cuisine in the United States. Donald Trump was slobbering over the microphone. He was slurring. You could hear the saliva gargling in his mouth. And he didn't know what he was talking about half the time. Even his loyalists in the background, Rubio and Hegseth, were like cringing. Like, when is he going to stop talking about, and what the hell is he talking about, troops on the street in Los Angeles, and a separate conversation. But on the Venezuela part, Garland, some incredible promises were made. Some incredible claims were made. We're going to take over the country. Okay. Let's get back to Maduro and whether that was legal to, abduct a head of state or not. I mean, why are we even having this debate? But he said, we're going to take over the country and we're going to run it until there's somebody that, we're happy with. And if we're not, we'll remove them. And we're going to take the oil, and we're going to have all U.S. companies come in, and we're going to invest, and we're going to give money to all the Venezuelans and make them rich as compensation. I mean, seriously, do you know how much money they poured into Ukraine? They poured ungodly sums of money into Ukraine. Is the average Ukrainian richer or poorer than they were when the war started? I'm going to say a lot poorer, if there's any left in Ukraine. So
how about this? How much money they laundered through Ukraine?
Right. So all these checks have been written by Trump on the fly, and one of his biggest attributes as a politician is that he never comes good on really anything that he promises. And Hegseth or Rubio say, this is a president that doesn't just talk the talk. He walks the walk. Yeah, talk the talk. Like, I'm going to end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours. That was like 2 years ago. Okay. Donald Trump is all about talking the talk. And it's easy to use a couple $100 million to pay off some of the corrupt military leaders in Venezuela using CIA informants and intermediaries. And because the country is so economically strangled, it's quite easy to find people that you can pay off. And let's be clear, ladies and gentlemen, when the CIA comes and offers you whatever in a country like Venezuela, it's probably $700,000. That's a king's ransom, or maybe a couple of million. It's not a choice they're offering you. You're going to take the money, and if you don't take the money, this is what's going to happen to you. So this is how that sort of end of the tradecraft works, and this is how the Trump administration works, through intimidation. So they're using bribery, blackmail, intimidation, and threats of violence and death and suffering for your family. The carrots are visas for you, golden visas for your family to come to America. There's the cash, and you'll be alive, basically. So I mean, so they've done that. They've taken out, the stand down orders with Maduro's security team, the military, taking out air defenses, waltzed in there. It was a fait accompli, and threats were made to Maduro as well. So if you're the president of Venezuela and you have a choice between the United States potentially bombing your country for 72 days like they did to Yugoslavia and killing thousands of your own people, or somehow negotiating with this gangster cartel, you're probably going to do the latter, okay? Because this overwhelming force, the United States, just an unbelievable advantage militarily, but they're not going to be able to. It's like Trump with the raw earths and the minerals, Garland, with Ukraine. You remember all that? Oh, we're going to put U.S. companies in. You're going to get money, and we're going to take the profits, and we're going to use those U.S. contractors as human shields so the Russians won't attack Western Ukraine. I mean, remember all that BS?
He lasted a couple hours. Lasted a couple hours. After, you know what I mean? He does he does these promises, and usually for a couple of hours, maybe a day afterwards, people go in, and then he just forgets it. Hey, what's going on in Ukraine? Oh, where I? But Putin's getting on my nerves. Something I don't know. Hey, look, Venezuela, they got oil.
Do you know how long that's going to take to upgrade their energy infrastructure? How many years that's going to take? You can't just waltz in and start working. You've got local, there's all sorts of layers and layers and layers. You need to have buy-in from, they haven't even established a consensus whether the people in the country want this or not.
Well, let me throw this at you. What's her name? Delcy Rodriguez, who I've met and talked to before, whose father died. You know how? He was tortured to death by the CIA.
Okay, interesting.
Yep. Trust me when I tell you this, she ain't gonna be one for saying, oh yeah, great idea, let's work together, fellas. So now she's given a speech and she said, we've activated the, they got a couple million people that they guns to. We've activated all of them. The military's ready. We will never, ever, ever be a U.S. colony. There's one president, and that's Maduro. We've got our institutions. I want everybody to know everything's back up and running perfectly, and we're going to resist. So here's my question. How, because you remember Trump said, yes, I talked with her on the phone, and she's going to cooperate. Yeah, just like he talked with Modi on the phone, and Modi said that we're going to stop buying Russian oil. And they said, hey, Modi, did you do that? I don't know what the hell he's talking about. I never talked to him, right? He never talked to her. He never talked to her. That was a lie. So you kidnapped the president. The vice president went into place and said, okay, everything's set. Let's go. We're not. So now you are exactly where you started before. You have a new president whose position is, as she said, this is my position. Maduro is the president of this country and we demand him back. You've gotten it. So what are you going to do? Well, I guess we'll have to go kidnap her. Or go bomb somewhere or do something else. What are you going to do now? How are you going to run a country when the people in the country say, nope, we don't accept it. We will never accept it. We've lived under American imperialism before and we're ready to resist. Now what?
If this is a card game and you played your massive royal flush, you played your big hand, okay? And normally you wouldn't play that hand. If you wanted to get that regime change result, you could play a longer game and a more strategic chess game, which previous U.S. administrations have done to take down governments. Syria is a good example, although it was 15 years of attrition. They eventually did it. Venezuela is not so easy because they do have resources. They do have human capital. They've got so much more going for them than Syria did. And they're not bordering Israel, which is a big advantage. Okay. So Donald Trump, now it's like being at the poker table, Garland. You play your massive hand and you puff your chest out, and then the person pulls out a whole straight line of aces. And what do? You throw the table over, and then you go for the neck of the person because they beat you. Is that what's going to happen in the next phase of this? Because all they have is their scalp. And that scalp, Nicolas Maduro, and you notice, Garland, how they kidnapped his wife. Okay, this is a particularly insidious and dirty move by Trump. And the reason they did this, because they are stupid on a certain level, but they're also smart because they did not want to allow the wife of Nicolas Maduro to be there as an icon of defiance internationally. So they made up fake charges to indict her for like narco-terrorism, which is not even a real term. Okay, it's not the basis for any kind of criminal indictment, but they did that to the wife in order to keep her imprisoned and on remand, and they're going to basically stovepipe it through the slowest court in the United States, the Southern District of New York. Do we need to explain? And by the time it goes to trial, Garland, Trump will be out of office.
Yep.
Either he'll have resigned because he's not going to last 4 years. That's pretty clear.
I think so.
Either through health scandal, he'll be impeached after the midterms, or he'll step down because basically he has done something that he shouldn't have done. That's basically sealed his fate. And he's quite in bad shape physically anyway. Okay, he's just as bad as Biden was. I think by the time 2027 rolls around, he's going to be in very bad shape at the rate that he looks like he is just deteriorating by the day. Okay, sloppy Joe. Okay, so he won't even be around, and you know what? There's no way a judge or a jury is going to convict Nicolas Maduro for narco.
You know what they charge him with? Did you see the charges?
Yeah.
Possession of a machine gun. Wait a minute. In his country, he's possessing a machine gun, which he makes the rules there. He's the president. He's the commander in chief.
He's the head of the armed forces. Does he even possess a machine gun? Nobody knows.
They should have just charged him with speeding on the New Jersey Turnpike while they were at it.
Is that a crime in America, by the way, to have an AR-15? Or
not if you're in another country.
But the point is, they keeping it law, weapon, and drugs. Anybody who deal with drugs, you understand that make it worse. Not only are you selling drugs, you got a weapon to protect your drug empire. These people is crazy, but they trying to stick to their law. So they're saying, yeah, he not only do easy selling narcotics, they want you to think of Tony Montana. That's how crazy these people is.
That's for sure.
It's not even against the law in the United States. So, so how's MAGA going to resolve that one? That Nicolas Maduro becomes a martyr for the Second Amendment? I mean, it's a joke. But so he's going to be
icon now.
Look, Garland, if they had any evidence that Nicolas Maduro was a drug trafficker, you better believe that evidence would have been circulating in the global media for the last 6 months.
Mandela was a drug trafficker.
Let's be honest.
So the South
they have nothing.
Kidnap him.
They're made up charges, totally fabricated, and
like Mandela, years from now, people gonna see Maduro as a hero because they tried to bribe him and offer him billions and say he can go to another country. He said hell no, and he wound up in prison.
Because Trump is surrounded by yes men, that somehow, and this is what happens when you have high incompetence and high corruption and a kind of Stalinist type of inner circle where everybody's terrified of somehow falling foul of the dear leader, that you end up having situations like this. We have a fabricated charge sheet.
No,
and everyone's rubber stamp.
People in Trump government not terrified of him. They want to make money like him. They see him as a rich billionaire and they want to get rich, and he's making everybody around him rich, but they gonna get arrested. They're gonna all need pardons. That's a fact. All of them, all those military officials, especially the ones who was gunning those people down in them boats. That's why they're black. That's why the head of the military. Remember the head of the Navy over there, the Caribbean, the black guy. He stepped down. He knew all of this was coming. He the only one that's not gonna go to prison.
Stamped it, and they all look at each other and say how great it is. And Donald says, is it a strong case, Pam? Oh, yes, sir. It's a strong case. He won't even talk to her directly. He'll ask that to one of his minions, an intermediary, and they'll assure him that they spoke to Pam and that it's ironclad. This is how the Trump administration's operating, by the way, because this is exactly how other dictators have operated in history. And this is why these regimes end up collapsing under the weight of their corruption over time. And this is what you'll see happen to this regime right now. So Nicolas Maduro he will not be convicted of what he's being charged with, but Trump won't be around to pay the political price for it.
What's interesting, everybody wants to compare this to Syria. And I say, I compare it more to Iran. You know, the first day Okay, yes, we've got their air defenses down. Remember that? And they're unable to defend themselves. Oh, we've taken out a decapitation strike. Then Trump goes, what does he do? He has a press conference. Yeah, sirree. I knew everything. First, his people say Trump wasn't involved. He didn't know anything. When he thinks that it was successful, he comes out and says, "Oh, I was involved the whole time. I knew everything, and this was the greatest, and it was the best. Oh, nobody ever did anything like this, and I was all over it." Right? And about 3 or 4 days, when it starts to go to shit, all of a sudden he's like, "Well, I didn't really know what was going on. I mean, they called me later on," and I'm like, "Oh boy, Trump's a great guy to have for a friend, didn't he?" But my point being this. They started off, oh, look at this great operation we've had. And everybody, you know how everybody is online. Yeah, look at that, Garland. They took Venezuela in an hour and they run the country and they own everything and they took the oil. And I'm like, that's talk to me in a couple of weeks. I don't think that's going to be the case.
No,
right?
Definitely not.
You know, it's like, and then, about a day later, Iran got their act together and started throwing hypersonic missiles back at Israel. And the shoe was on the other foot real quick. So now, we got them and what have you. And my point is this. They did a regime change. No, they did not. They captured one guy.
And his wife.
Next person, and his wife. And the next person under stepped up and said, he's the legitimate president. That's our position. We're ready to resist. And everything's back up and running, everybody. The institutions are going. Don't worry. The government is running as it was before, and we will not go along with these people. So what do they do now? You're in the same situation you were exactly before. You claimed to have a regime change, but you didn't. How are you going to run a country when the government says, no, this is our country? She said, we will never be a colony of any country. So what are you going to fly the choppers back in? Okay, we got to capture this person. The next week later, hey, what do we got to do? Who's the third in command? Yeah, well, they're the president now. What's your plan, buddy? It was a nice press conference. Actually, it wasn't, but that's all he can do is a press conference. There's no substance. There's no there. There's no nothing. But how do you duck out of this one?
See, they cultivated the caricature of Maria Corina Machado for 20 years, but she was never put forward as, the opposition leader. They used a student named Juan Guaido and installed him as like U.S. appointed president of Venezuela. So I mean, this idea of treating Venezuela like a U.S. colony has pedigree right back through multiple U.S. administrations. But she has never. Even Trump admitted, and I mean, this is kind of embarrassing. He admitted in that press conference that she doesn't have any support in Venezuela, but she had been National Endowment for Democracy, USAID, 2 known CIA fronts. This is how she was being paid and funded for years. She had an election NGO that monitored elections that was like funded by USAID. I mean, it's pretty shady. But the idea would be they thought that they could rig the Nobel Prize and give it to her, and then she would have been the CIA's selection.
Yeah,
but she was already in the CIA.
Yeah, but Trump said, hell no, she ain't got no credibility because he wants that Nobel Peace Prize. That's how petty he is, bro. They done work this out, gave that lady the Nobel Peace Prize. All right, we done kidnapped Maduro. Now she on TV as the selected president. Then here come the U.S. president saying, nah, nobody likes her. She's like, wow. And the U.S. media establishment is shocked and they pissed and they're calling her the opposition leader. Man, that lady ain't the leader of nothing, bro. And Trump put a nail in that bullshit. That man is crazy.
CIA pipeline before Trump was sworn into office in January. And, Trump is like a control freak. So he's like, I don't want her to be the president. He'll have somebody that he wants to put in that's going to be a Trump loyalist. Okay. Even though she's been kissing the ass of the Israel lobby, like to a shameless degree, begging Netanyahu to intervene militarily. And the other thing is this, the Israel is an important point. Israel runs U.S. foreign policy of this administration, 100%. Donald Trump cannot do anything that goes against Benjamin Netanyahu's office, period. Nothing. He can't lift a finger. He can do nothing. They wanted her or somebody who is going to be sufficiently pro-Israel in charge, because Israel is trying to, through the Isaac Accords, which is the Latin American version of the Abraham Accords, this is a real thing. They want to flip all of these governments that voted to recognize a Palestinian state. And so they have an agenda in Africa, the same. They have it for Latin America. Very sophisticated Israeli political operation, but it requires the United States help. You can't do it without the U.S. So Israel's helping the U.S. in terms of raping, pillaging, and plundering resources. And in exchange, Israel takes care of their political issues at the UN and some of these other international issues, not to mention all of the various deals, because Colombia and Venezuela used to be great clients for the Israeli military industrial complex and their arms trade and things like that. So plus some other very shady, dodgy, probably business to do with narcotics and other sort of black interests that the CIA also overlaps in Latin America. Let's be honest, it's a historic fact. The biggest drug trafficker in the Western Hemisphere, traditionally, generation to generation, is, and not just the Western Hemisphere, is Central Asia, Southeast Asia, is a Central Intelligence Agency. Come on, we'd be lying if we said that wasn't true. And the DEA. Corrupt elements within the DEA. I can tell you that. I know that very well. I've done plenty of research and, let's say, spoken to people that know who were, involved.
We know that. Yeah, anybody who knows anything about U.S. foreign policy knows that, and U.S. policy knows that the FBI is effectively the internal secret police. Every fascist group has a secret police. If you look back, did they kill Martin Luther King? Yes, they did. Were they involved in the murder of JFK? Of course. Malcolm, anybody who pushed back, and a lot of other people, the FBI was involved in their murder. I suspect they were involved in the murder of Seth Rich. They were surely involved in the cover-up of Seth Rich's murder. I mean, on and on and on. The FBI is a criminal organization. Then certainly go to the DEA. Well, wait a minute. Let me add this, because when people say Trump, I say, wait a minute. Under Joe Biden, the president of Haiti, prime minister's name was Jovenel Moise. They went in and machine gunned him and his wife.
Yeah.
And when they looked at the assassins, guess where they came from? Bogota. They were trained by the DEA.
Mm.
And then the U.S. came in and snatched a couple of them and said, oh, we're going to prosecute these guys ourselves. What the hell are you doing prosecuting the guys who assassinated Haiti? And they brought them back to the U.S. I could look it all up right now in seconds. They said, and then they said, well, the information that we have on these guys has to be classified in court because it would be a problem for national security. In other words, the U.S. So here's my point. Bush, before we get Noriega, we get W, who does the exact same thing. He grabs Chavez, kidnaps him. We could go on and on. Biden machine guns, sends in a group of DEA assassins to machine gun the prime minister of Haiti. Trump snatches. So yes, this is Trump. The difference is Biden was evil, but smart enough not to have a press conference.
Yeah.
He didn't come out and have a press conference and said, yeah, we just machine gunned the president and his wife. Woo-hoo-hoo, and we're going to hide it all, and then we'll steal all the stuff in Haiti. And no, he keeps his mouth shut. Trump's got this big ego. He does it, and he goes out and says, we're going to take everything. That's the difference. Trump is following and maintaining the same thing that the U.S. empire has been doing all along. So you got to be thankful for somebody stupid enough to admit their crimes.
Yeah, and that goes for Aristide in Haiti as well. And
they kidnapped him. I forgot about that. They kidnapped one Haitian prime minister or president. They kidnapped John Bertrand Aristide, and they machine gunned the other one.
Yes, and that's just Haiti. That's just Haiti. Do we want to get into the long list, the litany? Let's go
to Africa. Is there anybody there they didn't kill in the country?
I mean, it's a long list.
Yeah,
it's a long list. So we can agree this is a criminal, it's a criminal enterprise. But the difference is, and I think you've identified this, Garland, from a public optics point of view, the Biden or the Democrat under the table style is it somehow preserves the credibility or the thin veneer of credibility of the United States by doing it that way, whereas the neocon style is over the table, it's overt, it's more bombastic. The Trump version of neoconservatism is basically mafioso style intimidation. And what Pete Hegseth said was that we can project American will anywhere in the world. Okay, that's the words he made during the press conference. And Marco Rubio added that anyone who threatens American national interests. Now, that's not the same as national security. National interest is very vague and very broad, so it can mean anything you want. I mean, you should hold somebody to task, especially a Secretary of State, for making that kind of threatening statement. And he said that he accused the Venezuelans of directly threatening the national interests of the United States. Well, potentially that could be anybody at any time in the world. They're accusing the Eskimos in Greenland of threatening the U.S. national interests. This administration is clearly out of control. They're out of control in their rhetoric, and they played all these massive hands up front. And they're going to, there's a price that's going to be paid for that in terms of trust, in terms of cooperation within multilateral institutions, within the international community, with doing business internationally. And this is going to be a net negative for the United States in the long run on many, many different levels, economically, politically, diplomatically. Okay. This is going to happen. So all the U.S. is trying to do, what Trump is panicking because everyone's fleeing the U.S. dollar. And the reason they're fleeing the U.S. dollar because the U.S. has overused sanctions as a weapon, including against Venezuela. Okay. Let me just establish a couple of important points for your audience, Garland. What you see, and you see all these fake conservative charities, there's a bunch of them. I think they're CIA fronts. They're claiming to do humanitarian work in Venezuela, helping the children and hospital supplies and all this stuff. And they're blaming Maduro. The U.S. unilaterally sanctions these countries like Syria, like Venezuela. They strangle them economically. Okay. Sanctions do not hurt governments. Governments still go to work every morning. They still have to do the job of running the country. Sanctions hurt and punish the population. And the U.S. strategy is to strangle them so hard that they'll theoretically rise up and overthrow the, quote, regime. Okay, and Americans see this as a bloodless policy, better than war. But it isn't. It's an act of war, and it costs lives. So, and then they do this, and then the media and the political class and the chattering class say, oh, Maduro's ruined the economy. Trump just stood up there and said, oh, he's made a mess of the economy, and, well, he has to go, and it's horrible what he's done, and da-da-da. We're going to save the people. The U.S. has been strangling that country for 20 years, okay? They are the reason why the economy is dysfunctional. They're the reason why Venezuela's been shut out of the oil markets. They're the reason why their petrochemical infrastructure cannot be maintained or modernized, is because they have no money, because the U.S. is sanctioning them, period. It's simple. It would be a rich country, a very successful country, if they weren't under U.S. embargo sanctions. And worse, the U.S. waged a currency war against Venezuela, as they do with all these countries, to basically push their currency down to zero, force them to sell their gold. This is a formula. This is economic warfare. I did my master's dissertation on this. Okay, so if you threaten a country with force or future economic punishment, they will not comply with your demands. And this has been proven out in every single model for sanctions, that pretty much almost 99%. And yet the U.S. still does it because they don't care about the population. They want to punish the people because Donald Trump doesn't give a damn about the people of Venezuela. Okay, neither does Joe Biden or any other U.S. senator or all these other people. They could care less about the people in Syria, the people in any of these countries, North Korea, Iran, or whatever they're pretending they're going to be liberating. Okay, they don't care. It's a means to an end. And if they don't get their way, and they didn't get their way with Venezuela, Garland, so what they do? They threw their toys out of the pram and went in with the big guns and literally kidnapped the head of state. I mean, that's an admission of defeat, that their policy is such an abject failure over the last 20 years that now they have to openly go in and just basically steal the natural resource of the country. And what's worse is that in negotiations, 3 times, 4 or 5 times this year, the United States has used negotiations as cover for a sneak attack. They did it with the Iranians when there was on the eve of negotiations. They're about to commence in Oman in June, and they used it as in ways of decapitation strike, tried to take out the Iranian government with the Israelis. And as you said, Garland, that didn't end well. And they did it again with the Ukrainians, the Operation Spider's Web, right when they were doing high-level negotiations with Russia. And what did they do? They attacked Russia's long-range nuclear bombers. And with the Israelis, they tried to kill Hamas in Qatar during negotiations. The United States was coordinating those negotiations.
I can add 2 more. Yeah, go ahead.
2 more over Christmas. What happened there? Vladimir Putin's residence gets attacked by 91 drones. I thought we were negotiating with the Russians. And Donald Trump says, I didn't know anything about it. I didn't know anything about it.
How about this? The head of Hezbollah that they killed when he was in his bunker, what's his name?
Nasrallah.
Same thing. But wait a minute. What happened with Soleimani? They lured him into Iraq and said, hey, we want you to come to Iraq to work on a deal with Iran, and killed him. I mean, it doesn't stop. In other words, that is if we sat here,
Garland,
and we could
that's
probably
7. That's 7 examples, Garland. 7. Yeah. I didn't count. So they tried to
Nasrallah and Soleimani.
I didn't add those, Garland. I forgot about those. Makes the list even worse. So they hit Vladimir Putin's residence over Christmas. That's a nuclear deterrent command center. Okay. Now, the CIA admitted they knew about it. The tech was handed over to the U.S. military yesterday in an open public ceremony. The Russians are doing openly. Okay. Russians know the Ukraine cannot do that operation on their own. Okay. So indirectly, we're looking at a situation where the U.S. it was involved in trying to assassinate or do something close to it to the Russian head of state during high-level negotiations. And Trump admits that he was negotiating with Maduro up until the last minute, but then called off the negotiations. Do we know? Did they promise them? We will find out in 2 years, because only Maduro will be able to tell us the full story. And again, negotiations with Venezuela and a sneak attack. So 7 times? Would you ever negotiate with Donald Trump or the United States?
Yeah, you know what?
Dirty, underhanded, dirty, and criminal. That's it. Can't be trusted.
And guess what? The smartest guy on earth is the head of North Korea, who says, I will not negotiate with. And guess what? He's got nukes. They ain't trying to regime change it. You know what I mean? He's you gotta say, this guy's smart. He went out and got nukes the first chance that he could. And he now says, when Trump came to office, he says, we want to talk. He said, I'm not talking to you people. Not gonna happen. Bye. I gotta give the guy credit. You know what I'm saying? He knows a brute when he sees one. But people have such, the thing we're talking about too, I think, is people have such short attention spans. If Trump does something, the next day he comes out and says something and everybody acts like it's the gospel. And then, man, I don't see, not that they're even smart enough to have one, a long-term plan here. Within weeks, what is he going to do? You know what I mean? What does he do now? He has literally claimed to own Venezuela. We're going to run it. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. Well, somewhere in there, you're going to need the Venezuelans to say, okay. And they're saying no. And then he says, well, we may attack him again. Well, first of all, you didn't really attack him. It was a kidnapping operation. You didn't really attack the country. It was a kidnapping. And by your own words, here's what they said. Yeah, this was a a law enforcement assistance. We use the military to assist. Isn't that what he said? We use the military to assist law enforcement to bring in a criminal. Really? Well, then why are you saying you're going to take the oil? I mean, you're saying he was a criminal. He committed a crime. Law enforcement wanted, and we helped him. And we're going to take the oil. Where do you get from, if you were arresting a drug dealer, to taking the oil?
I saw that Marco Rubio told that to Senator Mike Lee from Utah. He said, "Oh, this is law enforcement. So you're invading another country to kidnap their president, and you're saying that we're bombing and doing scorched earth to pave the path to protect our soldiers who are, going to arrest and going to make an arrest." I mean, they're not even or do they have law enforcement with them? It's just stupid.
They have no authority. Right.
It's stupid. So it's the only reason they did that is to put a legal fig leaf over Trump when and if he's impeached for this after the midterms, or to somehow to make sure that the case doesn't completely get thrown out before it even goes to trial in the Southern District of New York. I mean, this is going to be really the stupidest, most retarded case ever to be on the docket. And there's been some real howlers in the Southern District. Trust me, this is bad. This is worse than Melvin Bragg or any of this stuff that they tried to send Trump down on.
Explain this to me. You're saying it was a law enforcement thing, and which makes no sense, but okay, fair enough. Let's just go with that. It's law enforcement. We had to go get this criminal. I got you there. Okay, I don't agree, but I got you there. Therefore, we're going to go take their oil and run their country. It's like the cops come along and they say, "Yes, we got Garland with we've got Garland with an illegal handgun in his car. We're going to lock him up, right? And by the way, Garland owns a restaurant. Yeah, we're with the cops and the local police decided we're going to go run the restaurant also. Well, wait a minute. I mean, you can arrest the man for having an illegal handgun in his, and he's got to face the music for that. But how does that give you authority to take over the family restaurant or whatever the hell he's running and say we're going to run that too? Where's that connection come in?
It's worse, Garland, that the Venezuelans had the audacity to park their country over U.S. oil.
Our land and our oil. Don't you love that?
I mean, it's so stupid. I'll tell you, there's another sort of, really dumb kind of low level. I mean, the league, they're a violation of the 1973 Wars Powers Act. They're in violation of the Constitution. They're in violation of the UN Charter, in violation of international law, in violation of fundamental U.S. multiple treaties, including extradition agreements with multiple countries, because this affects other treaties, not just what they had or didn't have with Venezuela. Okay, it's a huge problem that's been created here. Okay, but that's not the stupidest thing about it. And this is the low IQ level of the Trump administration. Donald Trump keeps fetishizing about the Monroe Doctrine. Okay, the Monroe Doctrine. The National Security Strategy document. If I was a undergrad level associate professor, and my job was to read that and grade it, I would have given it probably a D, because there's plagiarism in it. They plagiarized. Okay, it's a copy and paste job that doesn't mean anything, and then it pretends to trumpet the sanctity of the sovereignty of nation states, and then 3 weeks later, they're egregiously violating the sovereignty of another state in their own hemisphere more than any other, overtly more than any other previous U.S. government in the history of the country, and doing it in open, dramatic fashion. Okay, so it makes a mockery. Not only was it a sophomoric, really just kind of amateurish document, that it's completely hypocritical on a galactic level. I mean, these people should just leave government and go play golf somewhere and just get away from. These people don't deserve, or doing nothing in the public interest, nothing. And the Monroe Doctrine, it's the opposite of what Trump has he's calling it the Donroe Doctrine. Oh, a lot of people think I'm like the new Monroe Doctrine, the Donroe Doctrine. It's like a bad comedy sketch. The Monroe Doctrine was enacted after the War of 1812, when this policy was conceived, and it was mainly focused at the British okay, as well as the French, because they didn't want European powers, colonial powers, to come and recolonize or to impede on U.S. trade, commerce in the near abroad of the United States of America as a young country, okay? That's what it was for, okay? It wasn't to enforce anything against newly independent states in the Western Hemisphere. The United States is acting like that European power that the Monroe Doctrine, which Trump likes to fetishize and quote, they are the European power that the Monroe Doctrine was designed to keep out and prevent from overstepping and overusing and abusing their powers as superpowers of the day. Monroe Doctrine's 1820, around 1820. So again, they're quoting something, completely reversing the meaning of it and reappropriating it as a fetish, basically. How can you respect these people on an intellectual level or a political level? Nothing means anything to these people. They just say things. They put out stupid memes like F around and find out. That's what the White House tweeted today. FAFO, the big AI generated picture of Trump that makes him look like he's actually fit and in shape. You know, the memes, the stupid AI videos. I mean, there's no end, and they make fools of themselves because, like, there's a stupid X account called Rapid Response 47. It's a White House Twitter account, and they put out a clip of the U.S. choppers flying over in Caracas with CCR, Creedence Clearwater Revival, that song "Fortunate Son." It's kind of from the Vietnam protest era of the late 1960s. The song is about rich trust fund kids who were draft dodgers. The kids of rich people, spoiled, privileged rich kids who got out of serving in Vietnam. That's what John Fogerty wrote that song about. And Trump uses it as his anthem. He himself is a rich, privileged draft dodger, Donald Trump. And he's stealing Creedence Clearwater Revival's music and making it for his machismo ego, not knowing that he's just self-owned himself to such a ridiculous degree. These people, do they understand any of this? I don't think they do. I think they're just really thick. And it's kind of like we're at the point now where, you know, you can do this once, you can do it twice. They're in their 30 or 40 or 50th self-own at this point. Why should anyone respect or trust these people? It's just, to me, I don't know. I'm at a loss for words.
Yeah, well, what we're looking at, I mean, first of all, Hegseth is to say he's incompetent would be an insult to people who are actually incompetent, you know. And, you know, you look at him, and I watch Rubio sometimes when they're asking him questions and he's searching for answers. He ain't right. These people are not intellectual.
They're not.
Let me give you an example. I've said this. Obama was a Wall Street puppet. You know what I mean? No question about what he was. He was a puppet for power. He was all these kind of things. But you got to say he was a smart guy. You can't say that he was not a smart guy. He was a smart slickster who was able to, you know, bamboozle people into thinking he was the second coming of FDR, and he was just another Wall Street puppet. But he was a smart guy, and he could get it, and he could sound great, and he could have soaring rhetoric, and you'd listen to it, and afterwards you'd be like, yeah, he does a kill list every Tuesday, but he sure seems like a nice guy. You know, he'd leave you bamboozled, right? He bamboozled people for 8 years, but he was a smart guy. You knew he was smart. The Trump administration is every bit as evil as Trump. They're every bit as evil as, they're not less, they're not more. If you paid attention to what Obama really was, he was every bit as evil as these guys. But these people are so stupid. I listen to Hegseth, and, you know, he's the guy, you know, when you were in high school and there was that jock that would go, hey, and he'd hit you on the arm, hey, buddy, boom, and he always hit you. Geez, man, not so hard. He never realized, he thought it was funny, but he'd always, and you're like, God, that guy's an idiot. I mean, that's Hegseth. He's the guy that always punches you in the arm too hard. You're like, come on, man, it's too hard. Go, chill out, dude. He doesn't get it. And you listen to Rubio thinks he's smart. He always has this look on his face of silence and insanity. But when people start asking him tough questions, he's searching. He does not know what to say. He starts mumbling. And I look at it and I'm like, that's how an empire ends. We end up with the stupidest, most corrupt and incompetent people in the country. And these are the guys that are at the top.
And they clearly do not have any integrity. They don't have any principles. Okay. Donald Trump was on Fox News the morning before that press conference yesterday, and he was mocking people who were citing the Constitution. He says, oh, the Democrats aren't going to give us any credit. And they keep talking about, oh, it's not constitutional and stupid things like that. Trump said it's stupid to be quoting the U.S. Constitution. This president who claims that he swore an oath to defend and protect the U.S. Constitution, as all military and public servants have to swear this oath against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and he's mocking it on national TV after he just basically kidnapped a head of state on trumped up charges. I mean, he's out of control. The administration is out of control. They're in an illegality zone. Okay, they're mocking the Constitution. This is bad for the country, and this is how the system breaks down. Why should anybody respect and defend the U.S. Constitution if the President of the United States is making jokes about it and making fun of people that are citing the Constitution when it comes to measuring up his policy? And anybody in the military that is not taking this, is not seeing a red flag here, then you should like retire and go leave, get out. because if you swear and defend allegiance to Donald Trump, then you're a fascist by definition. You're not a republic. You're not part of a constitutional republic. You are part of a cult of personality, and that's this in political terms, that's defined as fascism. End of story. There's no explanation or excuse you can make at that point. That's not what the United States was founded on. The United States Constitution is the grout that holds the country together and gives it continuity from administration to administration, from decade to decade. It's that document. It does mean something. Because if everybody did what Donald Trump does and mocks it, makes fun of it, doesn't follow it, well, where would we be as a society?
Didn't we just have Netanyahu and somebody else, some other Zionists say, yes, you're going to have to get accustomed to not having the First Amendment?
Yeah, that was an Israeli billionaire who wants to censor the internet. And didn't get any pushback at all from obviously the administration of the mainstream media on that. So there's another person who I'm going to hold to task on this, besides everybody else we mentioned, is Tulsi Gabbard.
I was about to bring up Tulsi Gabbard. I was a big fan. When she said she was going to run in 2020, I was so excited. It was a Wednesday. She said, okay, Saturday, I'm going to announce it in Hawaii. Thursday, I got on a plane. I flew to Hawaii. I still have the pictures, so I could be there. I was so excited because of the things that she said. I wanted to be there. I flew there, and I was there when she announced. I was so excited. I loved her.
Myself and our colleagues in media, Garland, we all loved Tulsi. We were excited about her being in politics, running for president, okay, because we believed that she had real principles, that she actually would, stand by those principles when it came to the crunch. And she gave a speech a couple of months ago about, the Trump administration's not like previous administrations, and we've lost our way in America with these regime change wars and da-da-da-da-da, okay? This is the prima facie, the best example of an imperialist regime change war that we've ever seen in the modern era. And Tulsi Gabbard had to have been involved in the preparation of this, and she has kept silent. So she should have resigned when Donald Trump threw under the bus for putting out an intelligence assessment last March that said Iran was not pursuing the building of a nuclear bomb. Trump insulted her. He mocked her on Air Force One. And what did she do? She kept her mouth shut. Yes, sir, 3 bags full, sir. So that would have been the time to resign. And I think the public support that she would have got if she had resigned at that point, because Trump went on to use fake intelligence to justify an unprovoked attack on Iran against nuclear weapons that nobody has ever seen or that they didn't have. And Tulsi could have prevented that by resigning. She would have created such a political rift in Washington. It would have prevented that war, which could have easily triggered a third world war, and which may eventually trigger a third world war if Netanyahu and Trump are going to bomb Iran again. Is Tulsi going to stay silent again? Tulsi Gabbard.
Does she exist? Where is she? She has not tweeted. She has said nothing since this happened.
She should resign now. Okay, and you know what? She has been promised. This is no secret. She's been promised either a VP spot for 2028 with J.D. Vance or Rubio, or a presidential campaign, and then that might be parlayed into a VP spot. But there's people backing different people through across the Republican and Democratic spectrum for the next election, like the Israeli lobby, because they back everybody. They back every horse. This is how they keep them supple and supine and compliant today, by promising them some big prize career-wise in the next election cycle. That's how Washington works. And Tulsi Gabbard has been promised an upgrade in her career, and so she's keeping her mouth shut because she thinks that she's going to get a ride on the next ticket. Okay, I think that's a huge mistake on her part. I think that if she was a real person of principle and she actually believed all these platitudes that she's built her image on, there'd be plenty of public support behind her, not just American support, global support.
How about this? She resigns and runs with Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Of course, I'd vote for her. I'd vote for her if she resigned, because then I know she's passed the test. But I will never vote for her or ever support her going forward, because she has basically sold out, and she's done it to MAGA, which is the worst thing to sell out to. I mean, she is basically toxic. Everybody in the Trump administration is toxic waste at this point politically. This is not going to be a good legacy. This will go down. I've said this before, and some people winced at me when I said this. I said it 6 months ago, and I'll say it again. This administration will go down as the most corrupt, criminal government in the history of the United States of America, more than Richard Nixon or anything like that. That's the legacy Tulsi Gabbard has purchased, and all the others too, including J.D. Vance. Nobody will escape unscathed. They will be tarred as bad as the Bush administration. Worse. You know, even Elliot Abrams got a second chance. You know, like, that's not going to happen here. And if we survive as a country, if the world survives at this rate, Garland, I mean, I'm not
I'm with you.
Exaggerating.
I'm with you.
Dangerous. Very dangerous. There's more people with nuclear weapons on this planet right now. And what they're doing now is sending a very bad message that, A, do not negotiate with the United States. Be ready to go to war. And if you have nuclear weapons, be ready to use them, because the United States might try to take you out during negotiations. That's the message Trump is sending to the world. That is not good.
How about this? And we got some real serious economic problems. Americans do not know that we are on the edge of an economic freaking disaster. So all of this happens, and we get some kind of 2008 on steroids kind of crash. I've already said, in my opinion, I think there's going to be violence in Europe. I believe that when the people around Europe wake up and realize what their governments have done to them economically. I used to say there may be, ain't no may about it. France, Germany, the UK, when people wake up and realize not only have they wrecked everything and deindustrialized you, and they put you in debt forever. So there's no way out. There will be violence in Europe for that. It's just I can't even fathom the level of disaster in Europe. And then you look at the US and you're like, dude, we got like, I forgot how many $1 trillion of debt coming that they're going to have to refinance this year. You know, we got 37 trillion in debt. And what do? I know, I got a good idea. Let's increase the Pentagon budget by $150 billion. If you look at what they're doing and you're like, you came in and said, boy, the Biden administration is a disaster. They're spending like drunken sailors doing. Yeah, I agree. All the things that you accuse them, and you come in and now it's like what you're doing, either the same or worse, or the same and just more open about it. It's looking at them from Tony Blinken to Rubio. You know what I mean? From the clowns they got to the clowns we got here. People expected an improvement. At least they expected something different. They felt it couldn't get worse. You just got a different flavor. That's what I would say. You got a different flavor of the same thing.
Yeah, a much more pungent flavor, let's just say. I mean, you know, the insidiousness of the Biden administration, specifically with Israel in October 2023, that Tony Blinken, Joe Biden, what they allowed to happen, the green light they gave Israel, they armed them, they gave them absolutely unconditional support, okay, to carry out just egregious, disgusting massacre. That, by the way, Tulsi Gabbard completely is on board with the genocide. She supported Israel to the hilt, okay, as did RFK Jr. Okay, there's another one. Okay, that's bad. That's bad. But you know, there was an opposition to that, Garland. Democrats came out against Joe Biden, and the kids said "Genocide Joe." That was the campus slogan, and I had to look at that, and that kind of made me feel good about the young generation, because they cared enough to basically take the partisan political identities, throw them off to the side, and saying, no, this is about humanity, this is about human rights, this is about right and wrong, about ethics. And it gave me a lot of hope for the next generation when I saw that. When I look at MAGA, what the hell is MAGA at this point? It's just a bunch of slop at this point, and half of it's peeled off.
Yeah.
If you take away the right-wing media and you take away whoever's supporting Trump, there's not a lot of support there. I mean, have you seen his polls for independence?
Oh yeah,
it's a 40x drop from 12 months
people under 32.
From 12 months,
dropped to like 0 or something for people under 30.
Garland, in 12 months.
Yeah,
you cannot get elected in America without carrying a comfortable majority of independents. Donald Trump doesn't have them. He'll never get them back. Donald Trump will never, ever get the independents back. They won't get them back for the midterms, and they will not get them for 2028. So they're in trouble if they think that their legacy is going to be like power forever. The only option they have is to take the country to war, declare a state of emergency, and then delay the elections indefinitely. That would be the only, I think, viable strategy that this administration could do to pull off, or to keep, you know, a Trump loyalist in power or whatever. That's not a great look for the country. And the problem is that Republicans, these people, how can you, with a straight face, believe any of this BS that's been pushed down the throat of America in the last 24 hours? I mean, it's just so dishonest. They know it's a lie, but for whatever reason, they're still enamored with the victory, the victory lap that's being done with the U.S. military. But Garland, it's a smaller and smaller segment of the right, of conservatives. I don't think there's a lot of support there. I really don't. Take the media away and all that pomp that you get in terms of propaganda, and take a few celebrity Twitter accounts away and about, I don't know, a couple million bot accounts, which is what I'm getting hit with.
You and me both, constantly. I'll guarantee they're in the chat right now. Every day when I do shows, there's a bunch of bots in the chat.
With like 26 followers.
Yeah.
Like they basically created accounts. Take that away, and where's the consensus? I don't think it's very good. I don't think it's, and that's going to bear out even more, I think, Garland, in the next weeks and months as well. It's going to get worse. So, enjoy your victory lap.
Well, the other thing you got to add is this, and that is, and I think this is a good thing, that people are learning you can't vote for a Democrat or a Republican and get out of this. You know what I mean? And learning that, they are just going to out lie to you. That, Biden, oh yeah, bring me in, and I'm going to raise the minimum wage. I'm going to, what's the other thing? We got to fix Obamacare with a public option. We got to do that. He did not one thing. As soon as he got elected, he didn't even think about any of them anymore. So what did Trump do? Same exact thing. He got in, oh yeah, we're going to throw the neocons out and get rid of the warmongers. Oh really? Yeah, that worked out. You know what I mean? Might I add, I got to add this. Last thing out, because I know we've been here now, but I got to throw this. And Kash Patel comes in with this bull crap that he's going to deal with Epstein. He's going to deal with this. By the way, might I mention, conveniently, the Epstein files were supposed to drop on they were supposed to explain why they didn't redact the Epstein. This was supposed to happen on Friday, the same day that this other thing happened, just coincidentally. The whole Epstein thing was supposed to drop coincidentally on the same day. But Kash Patel is trying to tell us that Charlie Kirk got shot in the neck with a 30-06. You're talking about a guy within law enforcement. Trust me, I know guns very, very well. I taught in the academy. I was a firearms instructor. We're supposed to believe that a guy got shot in the neck with a gun that would kill a bear, and it never even left his neck. So I'm like, Kash Patel came in. He said, I'm going to close down the building. I'm going to do. And when he got in, everything he said was a lie. So now people can look at Biden, they can look at Trump and Kash Patel, all of them. And when a Democrat or a Republican runs in 2028, if we're still alive, here's what you know. Everything they tell you is a lie. If you vote for them, do not get angry when they lie to you. The whole Kash Patel, the whole Erica Kirk is about the worst crock of crap I've ever seen in my life.
It's embarrassing.
We're supposed to believe that.
Yeah, it's beyond embarrassing. Charlie Kirk had bones, godlike bones of steel. That was the official, I think.
They said it was a miracle.
A miracle. Could be canonized, of course, if this was Catholic. We'd have to send that to Pope Leo, and it'll go through the conclave, but maybe he has a chance.
When the government says, we got a story of how things happened, and you say, okay, give me the info, they go, well, first of all, you're going to have to accept that there was a miracle. I don't believe the government under normal circumstances. And when it gets to the point where I literally have to believe that a miracle occurred to believe the government story, at that point, I'm already not believing
just
them. But
do
now
this, Garland. Garland, put your hands together and just go, like that. And that's how you can believe. You have to believe. As a law enforcement professional, Garland, I have to throw this one your way and get your professional opinion on it. Donald Trump, who's waging a war on drugs, we're told, okay, he has just pardoned one of the biggest drug traffickers ever to get sent down in a U.S. federal trial, named Juan Orlando Hernandez, former disgraced president of Honduras. Now, if I'm not mistaken, with my small knowledge, to know that that was processed through a grand jury, there's plenty of evidence that he was, I don't know how many hundreds or thousands of tons of cocaine that he was involved in importing into the United States. And the U.S. president, without giving any explanation or justification, has pardoned this notorious drug cartel actor. During this time, he is wanting to, expropriate an entire country like Venezuela under the fake rubric guise of the war on drugs. Shouldn't there be some kind of a Senate hearing as to determine who told Donald Trump and why to pardon such a high-level criminal? I mean, doesn't that undercut the U.S. justice system?
Well, I can tell you why.
Tell us.
Well, I used to do some work on Capitol Hill for a congressman. And of course, I was on Fox for years. So let's just say I talked to a lot of people. And I had someone say to me that, hey, he was an attorney and he had a client and his client had a federal charge and his client was a very, very well-known person. And he says, my client approached me and said, look, do you know anybody in the administration? I'm not even going to say what administration. It was the presidential administration. And the person said, do you know anybody in the administration who could talk to the president about a pardon? And he said, okay, I'll feel my way around. I know some people in DC. And he came back. He said, you know what I was told? I said, what? $2 million. That's the price. That, $2 million means this guy gets his cut and then the president gets the rest, literally. And this is a person who, if I told you their name, you'd probably know them. This is not, so it wasn't like I was talking to someone.
Would that be cash payment, Garland, by any chance?
I don't know how. But the guy told me, he was told, I'm sure it was, the price is $2 million. Now that was 7 years in that range, right? Late, I think it was prior to COVID. But here's my point, which would mean it was Trump's first early in it. But here's my point. So what I found out was that's the way it works for pardons. There's a number. And the number you want to pardon, you meet the number, you get a pardon. It is, in fact, that corrupt. So here's what I know. I know what a guy got. I know another person who's had a very rich drug dealer in their family who got their son pardoned. And same deal. So the bottom line is this. I know what a guy got pardoned. He hit the number.
Money talks.
That's what it was. Bullshit runs a marathon.
Oh, what a great system. Oh, so.
That's all it was. It was a number. So then there we sit with the great contradictions. And you don't even think, you know why? Because I don't care. What do I care? Hey, I'm going to do that. And then next week, I'm going to say I'm taking this guy for drugs. And I already know people are going to say, hey, there's a contradiction. I don't care. I'm a lame duck. Presidents are always lame ducks. It doesn't matter to them. They're getting paid. Look, Hunter Biden sells a finger painting that, like, when my daughter, looks like I still got like an old finger painting from like when my daughter was 5 years old, and it says like daddy, when the eyes are crooked and stuff. Hunter Biden sells that crap for $800,000, and we're supposed to believe that it was some kind of a masterpiece. No. So that's the game, man. Here, it's time for people to wake up.
Yeah, art is the greatest money laundering. It's amazing. It's nothing better.
Well, tell everybody where they can find all of your 21st Century Wire stuff and find you online and all.
As Nicolas Maduro remains in U.S. custody following a swift American military action named as Operation Absolute Resolve, Venezuela is facing what could be its most serious political rupture in decades. Washington claims the longtime leader has been removed. Caracas insists he is still president. And at the center of this uncertainty stands one woman, Vice President Delcy Rodriguez. Under Venezuela's constitution, Rodriguez is next in line. The country's top court ordered her to assume caretaker authority after Maduro's arrest. But even as she steps into power, Rodriguez publicly rejects the idea of a transition, declaring loyalty to a president now held in a U.S. prison.
There is only one constitutional president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, and his name is Nicolás Maduro Moros. We demand proof of life for our president and his wife, and we demand their immediate release. What has occurred is an unacceptable violation of Venezuela's sovereignty.
Rodriguez's authority is real, but fragile. She is constitutionally empowered, yet politically constrained. Real power in Venezuela has long rested with a tight civilian military cartel, where generals and intelligence chiefs act as arbiters. The message from Caracas has been defiant. Rodriguez has vowed resistance to what the government calls U.S. aggression, while demanding the release of Maduro and his wife.
The Venezuelan people will never accept foreign tutelage or military aggression. We will never be slaves again. Venezuela will never be the colony of any nation, no matter how powerful it believes itself to be.
Yet beyond Venezuela's borders, a different picture is emerging. 4 sources say Rodriguez is currently in Russia, a key ally of Caracas, even as US President Donald Trump claims she has spoken with Secretary of State Marco Rubio and is open to cooperation. That contradiction captures the moment. This is not yet a clean regime collapse. It is a power transition without transition. Where Maduro is gone, the system remains, and Delcy Rodriguez stands caught between Washington, Moscow, and the generals of Caracas.
Go figure. Follow me